for these unique selling propositions, he is in very high demand. Ladies and gentlemen, please do me this favor of giving a rousing ovation to our Toastmaster of the day, Toastmaster Oladele Olunike, DTM.
Our district director, our special guest, our keynote speaker, our past district director, past district leaders, division leaders, current and past, area leaders, current and past, our club leaders, current and past, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It was a 3-time world pugilist, the one some know as Muhammad Ali, and others will prefer to call Cassius Clay, who said, and I quote, "The service is the rent that will pay for our room here on earth. Service is the rent that will pay for our room here on earth." You may look at your program of events for today, and let me give you heads up for a quick change. Somebody has said, and I do agree, that there are two people who don't change. Number one, the fool, because he won't. Number two, the dead man, because he can't. But because I'm neither of the two, I'm taking my liberty as one of the compers for today to effect a quick but very important change in the program of event for today, ladies and gentlemen. And so please allow me, when I call an item that you need to imagine before it becomes a reality. As I said earlier, Muhammad Ali said, service is the rent that will pay for our room here on earth. In my little study, I discovered that a common purpose for the creation of every human being by the Creator is for us to serve. And today, and at this auspicious conference, before we continue with the proper order of the program, it is our privilege, honor, and delight to honor one of our fellow Toastmasters who has served tirelessly, who has served continuously, and who has served meritoriously. Interestingly, it is not my responsibility to do this honor. I will hand over to a gentleman who wears the hat that is fitting to do the job. This gentleman is a founding member of Toastmasters International in Nigeria, is a past president of Nigeria's premier Toastmasters Club in Nigeria. He has served meritoriously in several capacities, enviably, honorably, and notably. Currently, in his personal life and professional life, is the group director, corporate communications at Access Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, to do this honor, to a Toastmaster who has served tirelessly, continuously, and meritoriously. Put together your hands as I welcome a 6'11" gentleman, a fullness of admiration. Please welcome the affable, the amiable, and the admirable Toastmaster Amechi Michael Okobi. The better you clap, the more glamorous it will glide to the lectern.
Morning, good morning, good morning. You know, the thing about Toastmasters is continuous learning. And once a Toastmaster, always a Toastmaster. That also means once a Toastmaster, always an evaluator. I heard the phrase, welcome y'all. And I looked around and thought to myself, am I in the right place? I won't mention names, but he was here and he had a mic. Dear sir, we will never again use welcome y'all when you're greeting distinguished guests at an event like this. Very important. Toastmasters is a club, an organization about communication, about leadership, about growth, about partnerships, about collaborations. So we want to thank the people that are back on that banner for supporting this event the way they have. So a round of applause for all of them, please. It is such a pleasure to see all the faces in here. But what's even more pleasurable is the fact that I don't recognize 90% of you. Why is this a good thing? I'll tell you. Toastmasters started 18 years ago when my father, Ambassador Kobe, decided that a club like this needed to exist in Nigeria. There are founding members in here, and we remember what it was back then. And his dream was that Toastmasters should and must outlive him. Toastmasters in Nigeria should and must outlive all of us in this room. So that I don't recognize many of us here is a great thing. So for where we have gotten, for where we've come from, I applaud and I thank all of you in this room. Now, part of Toastmasters is encouragement, is mentorship, is bringing people up to be better than they were when you met them. So part of the rules at Toastmasters was whenever anybody got up to speak, we applauded that person with raucous applause and vigor to encourage them. Because coming up here to stand up and speak isn't the most comfortable thing in the world for a lot of people. Now, all of you Toastmasters here know this for a bunch of reasons. You're afraid you will fall, you're afraid you will fail, you're afraid they would laugh, you're afraid of many things. So, as everyone comes here after me, we're going to applaud everybody with all the fire and gusto that that person deserves. Aside from me, because, you know. But anyway, I'm not here to speak about Toastmasters because you all know what Toastmasters is and does and the impact it has on your life. I'm here to speak about a very special individual. Now, at Toastmasters, we're all about keeping time, punctuality. Once you start, you start. No interruptions. Sometimes I remember we used to lock the doors. But halfway during this meeting, before we actually started fully, we walked in here with somebody, and you noticed a lot of people just interrupted and started clapping. Do we know why we were clapping? I'll tell you why. Her name is Duni Olasehon. And I'll tell you a little about it. Can I step away from the mic for a minute? Is that okay? From the podium? Wonderful. I'll tell you a bit about this woman. 18 years ago, my father, Duni, Remi Abere, Akinshomowo, a bunch of us got together and founded this club in Nigeria. Duni Olasehon, who I'll take you through in a minute, was one of the members that brought fire and passion to this club. If you don't know her, make an effort to meet her today. shake her hand. She's a hugger. Give her a hug. I promise you, you will feel a spark of inspiration come through her. Let me tell you why. Not long after we met this fireball of energy, who is diminutive in size, but definitely not in personality, we realized that the only name, the only moniker that made sense for her was Hurricane D. Hurricane D talks to the Yoruba culture of not addressing someone by their first name when they're much older than you, wiser, smarter, more attractive. It also was a testament to her force of life. Hurricane D is what we've always called her. Hurricane D is what we'll always call her. But let me tell you why. Hurricane D has been a mentor to many of us that came up as presidents, as VP members, VP PR. She was the one that guided us through the process. Firstly, she's an incredible speaker. Secondly, she is an incredible motivator. She's an incredible leader. I know at Toastmasters we shouldn't use the same word twice or thrice in the same sentence, but incredible is what describes this woman. She is a real force. If my father was here, he would give this speech because I don't have the wherewithal to do the justice required to properly introduce this woman. But he's not here, so you just have to manage me. But Hurricane D is someone that has changed the life and the fortunes of Toastmasters all over Nigeria, whether they know it or not. When the premier club was founded, Eagle Toastmasters, she was the one that branched out and opened the first Toastmasters club outside the show one in Surulere. So she took on my father's dream early on of launching clubs everywhere. So from there we went to some private companies. We went to, I think, some place in Lekki, then we went to Port Harcourt, Abuja. Right now I hear there are about 70 clubs in Nigeria. Dede, are you here? Dede? 70? Yes. 50. I'm hopeful. But 50 clubs in 20 years, we can do and we will do much better. Every one of us in here is part of an organization. Every one of us in here has a society or community that could benefit from what Toastmasters offers. So take this charge to take that dream further. 2 years from now, we will be 20 years in Nigeria. 2 years from now, we'll be 20 years with the club in Nigeria. 2 years from now, what stops us from being 90, 100, 150? Nothing. Because we know that the need for leadership and communication is ever present in Nigeria. We see it every day. So let's do that. But back to Hurricane D. When I got a call from Remy Abere that I have to come and introduce her, I said, why? And she said, we're going to honor her with an award for all she has done, for all she has inspired, and all she has given us the wings to do. So we are honoring Duni on a very, very, very special level out of love, appreciation, and just sheer deference with the Golden Voice Award. Now, this award is going to be handed over officially, Remy, when? See yourself. When it should be awarded. Thank you. This award is going to be awarded to her on Friday. But today, because she's here, she's not here on Friday, we want to acknowledge her. So what I'm going to do, because the award is not here, but she is here, I'm going to ask that we all stand up. High table 2, please. And really just appreciate this woman for all that she has done, continues to do, and her deservedness of the Golden Voice Award. Hurricane D. Hurricane D. Please sit. May I possibly crave your indulgence and call the Pioneer members to just come here for a quick photograph? So if you regard yourself a Pioneer member, please come up here, we'll take a photograph, and I will step off this stage because today is not about me or her by ourselves, but it's about just acknowledging an incredible woman. And that said, my job is done. Pioneer members, please. Come to her. Absolutely. Now, Hurricane D does not have the energy she had 20 years ago for a bunch of reasons. So we will please indulge us and her and just come to where she is for this photograph. Pioneer members, please. And the DG, please, if you don't mind, can you please join? District Director. Let me bring it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. With that said, I'd like to introduce or call back to the podium Toastmaster Oladele Olunike, DTM. As I depart the stage, you can now clap for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you make it bigger for Toastmaster Michael Okobi? Amechi Michael Okobi. For those who may not know, Toastmaster Okobi was our 6th president at the premier Toastmasters Club in Nigeria, the Eagle Toastmasters Club. The district director, our keynote speaker, special guest of honor, our past directors, our leaders at the district, division, area, and clubs, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, every outstanding life, amongst other things, is built on communication. It is my honor to welcome for the goodwill message from the district director, District 94. A district that is from accomplishment I like to regard as a serial award-winning district. Our district director is the BCEAO executive on secondment to the Togolese government and also the managing director and chairman, board of directors of the national agency dedicated to the promotion and financing of SMEs in Togo. In his Toastmasters leadership journey, Gael has served as Area 22 Director, Division G Director, Division H Director, District 94 Club Growth Director, District 94 Program Quality Director, and now District 94 Director for the 2022-2023 Toastmasters year. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Toastmaster Gael Ahumizunu DTM is married to one woman and left with 3 lovely children. Please welcome to the lectern for his goodwill message, Gael Ahumizunu DTM.
Thank you very much, Oladile Olunike DTM. I am very delighted to be there this morning. I'm not fluent in English, but I'm trying to express myself in English, or sometime I will speak in French and my finance manager can translate in English.
Dear Toastmaster, I'm not fluent in English, so I will just try.
I greeting for all of you, and especially I want to salute Madam, I don't get the name. Okay, our pioneer. It is an honor for me to be there with you, because Nigeria Toastmasters, Nigeria is a great country, the biggest country in our district, and Nigeria Toastmasters are we have a lot of leaders from Nigeria who lead our district. Let me remember our late district governor, Mike Umutosho. So I want to have 1 minute of silence for him. And for Ambassador DTM, the pioneer, our pioneer Ambassador Kobe. Thank you. Ces grands leaders ont fait du Nigeria, de Toastmasters du Nigeria, de grands Toastmasters.
These great leaders make Nigerian Toastmaster great Toastmasters.
Et à la suite de ces grands leaders, les 2 dont je viens de parler, nous avons eu DTM Inam Wilson, DTM Aïssé Moudjou, DTM Patrick Oluide.
And after those two leaders who I asked from the minute of silence, we have another leaders, DTM Ayeshi Moju, DTM Patrick Olude, and the Toastmaster Ian Wilson.
Derrière ces grands leaders, il y a eu beaucoup d'autres leaders que je salue dans cette salle, qui sont là, que je viens de saluer, que je salue dans cette salle.
And after those leaders, there are another great leaders that I'm greeting in this room.
S'il n'y avait pas eu le Nigeria dans le district 94, le district n'aurait pas eu cette qualité qu'il a aujourd'hui.
If Nigeria was not in District 94, there will Toastmaster in our district will not be a great district.
C'est pour dire chaque fois que je viens dans ce grand pays et que je rencontre les Toastmasters du Nigeria, je me dis qu'il y a la possibilité de faire encore plus grand.
Anytime I'm in Nigeria and I meet Nigerian Toastmaster, I used to tell myself that you can do more than you are doing.
Et c'est cette démarche, c'est cette orientation, cette démarche que vous êtes en train de mettre en œuvre avec cette conférence.
And that's what you are doing with this conference. Do great things.
Je sais que le Nigeria va apporter encore et encore de grandes choses au district 94.
I know that Nigeria can do greater things for District 94.
Nous avons choisi un thème qui doit permettre de connecter les anciens et les nouveaux.
The theme of this conference will help connect old and new Toastmasters in Nigeria.
Je voudrais que les nouveaux, les jeunes Toastmasters, puissent apprendre des anciens.
I want young Toastmaster, new Toastmaster to learn from your elders.
Et c'est avec beaucoup de plaisir que je vois que les anciens aussi sont présents aujourd'hui à cette conférence.
I'm very pleased to see that all Toastmaster pioneers are here in this conference to help young ones.
Je vais terminer en vous disant ceci. Si nous gardons les valeurs de Toastmaster avec la qualité qu'on connaît pour le Toastmaster du Nigeria, on ne peut qu'aller de l'avant.
If we work with Toastmaster values and with the great abilities we notice for Toastmasters in Nigeria, we have to go forward.
C'est sur ces mots que je voudrais vous souhaiter une très belle conférence.
In these words, I want to wish you a great conference.
Et j'avais écrit tout ça en anglais, mais j'ai préféré le dire dans mes mots en français pour que ma finance manager, qui est une brave dame, puisse traduire.
I write those words in English, but I prefer to use my own word to say it in French, and so my finance manager who tried to speak English will translate for you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Director, keynote speaker, our leaders at the district. I should also inform you that our conference speaker for today is also with us, Mrs. Dio Benjamin Lani. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad to have you, madam. We're glad to have you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. This director, I want to thank you for your kind words and your encouragement. Thank you for your candor, your compliment, and your commendation for Toastmasters in Nigeria. And we promise to keep blazing the trail. Fellow Toastmasters and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I did say the other time that the only constant thing in life is change. Change for the better is more admirable. So you may allow me if I take you through another tunnel of change in the order of the proceedings of today's program. May I crave the indulgence of our district director to please join our keynote speaker. Next to him, please, let's put our hands together. District director, please. Please be seated. Two gentlemen. Is the documentary ready, please? Technical team? May we have the documentary for one of our sponsors? A lead sponsor. Is it ready, technical team? All right. Whilst the technical team is putting that ready, is our district director-elect online from Congo? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we move on and segue on in this event as we indulge in more goodwill messages. At this juncture, it is my delight to welcome to the lectern a past district director who joined Toastmasters in 2012, a charter president of Merit Toastmasters Club. He rose meritoriously and meteorically through the ranks, and by 2018, he had become the district director. Before then, he had had experience in serving in different capacities as the chair of the district leadership committee, and also in several other capacities as the division director. He now chairs the district reformation committee that has successfully submitted a proposal, now ratified, that Toastmasters International should make out of District 94 a sprawling district across 16 countries in the corridor of West and Central African countries, 2 districts in 3 years' time. Professionally, this gentleman is a practitioner of holistic integrated medicine, focusing on health rather than disease, and on healing rather than symptoms oppression. He is also a neurologist, training and coaching individuals and corporate bodies worldwide in brain optimization for better productivity. He is a former director at Guinness Nigeria Limited. He speaks French, German, English, and Yoruba. He believes in the mantra, one for all and all for one, and keeping the main thing the main thing. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Abayomi Ayeshimoju, DTM.
Still, I love you, baby.
much, DTM Olunike, for that not only warm, but I would say energizing introduction. Our special guest of honor, also the District 94 Director, and since this event is online, I'd like at the same time to greet all international, regional, or district leaders in Toastmasters, past, present, or elect, who are taking part today. I greet other guests of honor here, and I warmly greet our keynote speaker and other conference speakers, captains of industry, all distinguished Toastmasters here present, other fellow Toastmasters, and in particular, the distinguished ladies and gentlemen who are joining us as guests today. It is with very great delight that I say a few words of goodwill at this second Nigeria Toastmasters Conference, a conference which, in rhyme with each theme, I can assure you promises to be transformative, both in the historical sense as well as in its impact on lives as is desired. It was Peter Shepherd who said, "Communication is the solvent of all problems and is the foundation for personal development." And history has it that when the power of communication is combined with inspirational leadership, the result is magically transformative. And we know this from the lives of the likes of Winston Churchill, mentioned earlier today, J.F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King Jr., and Nelson Mandela, just to mention a few who indeed turned the tide of history. The good news is that the achievements of these great ones are based on principles from which all can benefit and thereby improve themselves and everything they touch. And in congratulating the Toastmasters leadership in Nigeria and the planning committee for what I can only describe as their lion-hearted effort, it is my wish that this conference will plant the feet of many on the path to greater heights through transformative communication. Thank you very much.
Dr. Abayomi Ayeshimoju, DTM, thank you for your goodwill message, and we appreciate your service over the years at Toastmasters. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a round of applause for Dr. Ayeshimoju. May I welcome you or request of you to come to the table of cordial agreement in continuous change in the course of today's program? Okay. Please, before we go ahead, I'd like to know who in this room on a cool Thursday morning in the city of Lagos that is keeping malice with me. Okay, I can see a lady in yellow, one in green. Who else is there? Okay, I can see another lady in black, a gentleman in black. Who else is on the list? You don't want to know what happened to them where I spoke last week and when they kept malice with me. Yes, I can see another person there. Who else is getting on the list? All right. Did you know why I asked that question? I asked because when I asked a question, there was a grave silence in the room. So I need to be sure whether I'm in the midst of friends or foes. Which one is it? Really? All right, I'm going to pretend as if you did not ignore me the first time. May I welcome you to a mutual agreement that change may be a constant issue in today's event. Is that okay? Right. Thank you for your cooperation. Please put your hands together for yourselves. In the spirit of change, I mean change at Nigeria Toastmasters. Not the one you may be thinking, which I am not aware of. In the spirit of change, ladies and gentlemen, may I request that our immediate past district director, may I crave your indulgence, sir, to kindly join our special guest on the seat here. May I welcome our division leaders to please move forward a bit and fill the seats on the right end of the room. Let me welcome Toastmaster Titi Ojo DTM from Division E. I'd like to also welcome our founding leaders who have graciously joined us in the course of today's conference. Let's welcome my first mentor at Toastmasters. Would you like to know? She was telling me, reminding me the experience when I came to Toastmasters for the first time. Maybe she will have time to tell us what my icebreaker was like. Please welcome to the front row a very amiable lady, vivacious and very genial. Toastmaster Remy Abere, our fourth president at Eagle Toastmasters Club and the first female president at Eagle Toastmasters Club. Let's put our hands together for her. Velvet on the outside, steel on the inside. Thank you for your time. As we move along in the course of the program, we'll welcome more of our leaders to join us, especially as I cite them. Our moderator, one of our moderators for the panel discussion is here. He is the 7th president at Eagle Toastmasters Club, the premier Toastmasters Club. I will properly introduce him during his segment, but let me utilize this one-liner for this moment. Amongst other areas of his contribution to several industries and humanity, he is a sought-after and an accomplished master of ceremonies who goes by the appellation compare without compare. Please welcome Toastmaster Akindele Shimowo, which some of us in a circle of friends would like to call the S-Man. Please put your hands together for the S-Man. This morning, one of my lovely associates at Toastmasters and a lovely colleague in the human capacity development and human capital enhancement industry met me this morning, and she began to tell tales, lovely tales of our time at Toastmasters together. and she's a lady I am honored to have as an associate and a friend at Toastmasters. Amongst other things, she is a contributor to human capacity development and human capital enhancement, particularly in the etiquette and modern business manners industry. She has served in several capacities in Division E. Notable amongst many is that she has served at the zenith of that division as a Division E director. Please welcome with me the delectable Toastmaster Sonia Alana DTM. Keep the applause going. This is Nigeria's Toastmasters 2.0. For those who may remember, Nigeria's Toastmaster 1.0 took place last year. And for those who were not there, please accept my sympathies. But you could substitute for your absence by strolling to page 13 of your brochure, where you'll find the pictures of Nigeria Toastmaster 1.0 event there. You can revel in looking at those pictures and see how successful that event was. So this is our second rodeo in terms of this event. Before I go ahead to the next item, I am reliably informed that the representative of the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Honorable Commissioner Gbenga Omotosho, is here present. Please let us welcome its representative to the front row, sir. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you for your time, sir. We're honored to have you, sir. At this conference, I will not be serving alone. It was a one-time Prime Minister of Great Britain, the first female Prime Minister, who said, and I quote, the one many people will refer to as the Iron Lady, Baroness Margaret Thatcher. It was who said, and I quote, that if you want something said, give it to a man. If you want something done, give it to a woman. Whilst I will allow you to hold your breath on that thought, please be reminded that the theme of this conference is transformation through communication. Connect, excel, grow. One of the ways by which we connect is to communicate. And one of the types of communication that brings about excellence and growth is transformational communication. In the course of today's event, we have carefully, cautiously, and creatively prepared for you a very sumptuous, scrumptious, and delicious meal, which makes our items of event for today. And we shall be serving you one after the other. But I did say that I will not be serving alone today. So to continue at this juncture, as I consider a sabbatical leave, is my colleague who will be serving with me today, another associate of mine whom I've been honored to journey with at Toastmasters, a John C. Maxwell certified leadership coach, speaker, and trainer. She has a passion for empowering teams and unlocking their leadership potential. She firmly believes that when team members understand themselves and each other, work becomes easier, and achieving outcomes becomes not just possible, but enjoyable. As a cognitive behavioral coach and a mental health coach, she helps people manage their emotions, challenge negative thinking patterns, improve relationship skills, and reduce stress and anxiety. She's a passionate advocate for women empowerment and helping women feel their confidence and take their rightful place in decision-making rooms. She has served in various capacities at Toastmasters. Currently, she serves as the Program Quality Director at Division E. She has featured on national TV shows like the NTA, the Nigerian Television Authority, Ladylike Show, Good Morning Abuja, and We FM. To work with me, ladies and gentlemen, today, remember, if you want something done, give it to a woman. Please, let's welcome the doer, and the one that is firmly referred to in the human capacity development and human capital enhancement industry as the optimizer. Toastmaster Faith Iyaye, DTM. The better you clap, the faster she will come.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to acknowledge our distinguished Toastmasters in the room, our district director, all past division directors, all club presidents, and all serving officers, and all our invited guests. It is my pleasure and honor to be here this morning and to be a co-anchor. He said, if you want something done, give it to a woman. If you want something said, give it to a man. And today we want something said and done, and so we have a man and a woman. We will not just be talking, we'll be getting things ticked. And I will be going on with the agenda for today. Please, if you have a past division director in the room, please come to the front row and take your seat. I want to acknowledge someone very special to the Toastmasters community here in Nigeria, and that is someone who has served as a past division director, as a past finance manager for the district, District 94. He's served as a program quality director elect. Help me join your beautiful hands and welcome distinguished Toastmaster Kayode. No, take your seat. We are just recognizing you. I'll go right straight into the agenda. It's time for our keynote speech. Are you excited? I came here with an expectation to learn, to connect, and to grow. And the keynote speaker is going to offer me that opportunity to learn something new this morning. Are you willing to learn something new? And there's something always present in the Toastmasters meeting. Anywhere Toastmasters are gathered, learning takes place. Collaboration takes place. Connecting is taking place. And results is the outcome. And this morning is no different. We're going to learn, we're going to connect, and we are going to grow. Our keynote speaker excuse me, please. 1 minute. Is it Daniel? Isaac? Okay, good. Our keynote speaker is a finance professional with experience spanning corporate finance, principal investing, private equity. Over the course of his career, he has lived and worked in sub-Saharan Africa's most important economics, gaining experience of the operating landscape in the region. He is the founder of Temix Capital Management, an investment firm focused on concentrating capital and talent on high potential opportunities in sub-Saharan Africa. He has worked at leading investment firms and financial institutions, including the Comberg Kravis Roberts, Standard Bank Group, Ocean and Oil Holdings Limited, and the ARM Investment Managers. He joined the board of UAC of Nigeria PLC in March 2018 and was appointed Group Managing Director effective 1st April 2019. Our keynote speaker for this morning is no other the perfect gentleman, dashing and dapper, Mr. Fola Shukpe Aye Jaye Shimoju. Please join your hands and give him a resounding warm applause.
Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests, Toastmasters. Courtesy demands that I say I'm delighted to be here today, but that will mean I start on a less than honest note. I am honored to be here, but extremely uncomfortable with public speaking. And my honor of being here has done little to diminish my discomfort with public speaking. So when Mr. Aino, who is the chair of the planning committee, sent me a message asking me to speak today on transformation through communication, I delayed several days in responding. My assumption was that the good Mr. Aino would conclude that if this man can't reply text messages, he's a bad communicator, and then move on to someone else. But as things transpired, Mr. Aino was patient and persistent, and here I am today. And I should add that he's checked in periodically to ensure I didn't develop cold feet, as recently as about 9:30, 10 o'clock this morning. I'm under strict instructions to stick to time, and I'll do my very best to comply. By way of background, in my day job, I lead a diversified business with interests in the food, paint, and animal feeds industries. Many of our brands will be familiar to you, including Dulux Paint, Santex Paint, Vital Feeds, Swan Water, Supreme Ice Cream, Mr. Biggs, and of course, Gala Sausage Roll. Reflecting on why it is I'm so uncomfortable with public speaking, I blame it on my day job. Because my typical communication day to day entails yelling, "Buy Gala 100 Naira." So I don't have experience with more complex topics, but again, I promise to try to do my best today. In approaching our topic, which is transformation through communication, connect, excel, and grow, I will draw on experience from my personal and professional journey. The company I lead, UAC of Nigeria PLC, has history dating back to 1879, which means we've been around for more than a century. And no institution has such longevity without continual transformation. And I'm fortunate to lead the latest and most recent phase of UAC's rich history of transformation. And I will try to explain how communication lies at the heart of our current efforts. In its simplest form, communication is imparting or exchanging information, but as we know, there are very, very, very varying degrees of effectiveness in communicating, depending on chosen medium, choice of words, cadence, tone, target audience, timing, and so on. And when effective, communication can have a profound impact. I'll start with my experience at University of Lagos in Akoka, where I studied estate management and was a decent but not exceptional student. I felt I had the ability to pass exams, and because of this ability, I didn't put in consistent effort. I felt when the exams came around, I'll be fine. So in my 4th year, my grade point average was just shy of the threshold to earn a second-class upper degree. And the academic advisor for our year asked to see me. He was a very direct man, and he said to me, "Young man, you're fortunate that a second-class upper degree is within reach if you do exceptionally well in your 4th and 5th years at school. And I cannot stress to you how big a difference it will make in your career choices." So armed with this crystal clear information, I aced my final 2 years and graduated with a second-class upper degree, or 2-1 as we called it then. And only when I entered the job market did I realize how profound his advice was, because all the firms that I admired would not consider candidates that didn't have a 2-1 as we called it then. That conversation with the academic advisor, which sharpened my focus, is etched in my memory decades later and had a transformational impact on my trajectory to date. My first job post-graduation was with a firm called ARM Investment Managers. It's a financial advisory and investment banking boutique. Growing up, I knew I wanted to work in business, but had a very vague notion of what this meant. When I was younger, I visited many banks with my mom, who is here today. And I just liked the look and feel of banks. So I thought, okay, this is a decent industry to explore. And I did more research and narrowed my interest to financial advisory and investment banking. And so I applied to ARM, which at the time had a notoriously difficult entry test. 4 of us passed the test and were accepted. But the challenge was that we were going to be assigned to various departments at random. It could have been HR, financial advisory, internal control, or research. On the day for my final interview, it was with an executive director at ARM who happened to run the financial advisory department. At the time for the interview, he said to me, "Young man, I'm sorry, but I have to go home to deal with a matter." I'm not sure whether I offered or he suggested, but I ended up getting into his car, and we drove to and from his house, chatting along the way. I must confess I don't recall the details of our conversation, but the memory of the drive is crystal clear in my mind. It was a blue BMW 3 Series. And whatever we discussed must have gone well, because when we got back to the office, he said, "You have a job in my department." And that's how I started my career in financial advisory, which it's a very long story, but is directly linked to my current role today. And let's leap forward 2 decades to the start at UAC. When my colleagues and I were handed the leadership mantle at UAC, we saw a business with some of Nigeria's most admired brands and widest distribution, but one that was facing aggressive competition from younger and sometimes nimbler players. To put the company's longevity in context, at our very first leadership meeting, we put up a slide that showed UAC's historical peers, and it struck us that many had ceased to exist. We concluded that we owed our predecessors a debt of gratitude for leaving us a company, and committed to ensure that we will pass on a healthier, stronger business to those who come after us, because we didn't plan to run the company for a century. We concluded that UAC required radical transformation to return to the zenith of corporate Nigeria that it once occupied, and that although it's a large business, we're going to approach it like a startup. We broke our task down into 3 phases: people, structure, and growth. And we placed a massive emphasis on the people aspect of the journey. And we did this because we feel that people lie at the heart of every high-performing organization. We asked ourselves, do we have the right people? Is there clarity of objectives? Do we work in teams, or do we operate in silos? What is the quality of information flow? As we thought through these issues, we had a conference similar to this one, where we gathered the top and middle managers in the business. And the primary objectives were to get to know each other a bit better and align on vision. We also used the opportunity to discuss past missteps and discuss future strategies. And 3 things stood out for me from the session. 2 were very useful, and the 3rd was profound. The first relates to the discussion around past errors. And to my surprise, when decisions that were taken in the past that ended up being poor decisions were discussed, many of our junior colleagues said that they knew at the time those decisions were taken that they were bad decisions, but did not say so. When I asked why, the concerns were not voiced. They said they felt it was not their place to do so. The second was with the quality of ideas that came from the discussion. We realized very quickly that all the answers to our most pressing concerns existed within the team. The final and most profound thing that struck me was that the day started very slowly. Participants were very cagey, disengaged, and as the day wore on and we built personal, or I guess as personal connections as you can build over the course of a day, and trust was gained little by little, there was greater communication and ideas were unleashed. I left with mixed feelings. On one hand, I was excited at the depth of experience within the team and the ability to identify solutions to the challenges we faced. On the other hand, I was concerned at a culture that resulted in people not speaking up to prevent mistakes, even when they saw these mistakes ahead of us, and not contributing freely to improve the business. I was also surprised at how little collaboration existed across functions, with teams generally focused on their narrow objectives and not necessarily understanding the implications for other parts of the business. What I describe are elements of corporate culture, and it was clear to my colleagues and I that to shift this culture was going to lie at the heart of any efforts we had at transforming the business. It is important to note that UAC is a collection of distinct companies, and we tailored our approach to suit the needs of each business within the group. We embarked on a number of changes, which I'll attempt to recount in no particular order of importance, and these initiatives were aimed at improving communication, which we identified as foundational to shifting culture. We redesigned offices to reduce the physical distances between people, and we literally pulled down walls. We sought to bring executives closer to their teams that they led, and in certain instances moved to completely open offices in which colleagues could literally see and hear each other. If anyone visits our head office, it's just like this. There's no space between the desks. We encouraged but did not mandate colleagues to be less formal in addressing each other. We decided not to enforce things like first name basis because we felt that respect is addressing people how they want to be addressed. We put in place a regular cadence of structured meetings with defined contents to facilitate the flow of information across the business and ensure holistic decisions were taken. We encourage people to speak up, share views, and be engaged. Pointing out problems as they occurred was deemed mandatory and not optional. And we coined the phrase, "Everything is our business," because we wanted people to get involved in all aspects of the company. We tried to take decisions based on principles to build trust across the organization, and we openly debated issues to get the broadest possible input, and so that thinking behind decisions was very well understood. These initiatives yielded incremental gains initially, which accelerated as people gained clarity in vision, and most importantly, build trust. When I assess our journey thus far and the impact communication has had on delivering our outcomes, I conclude that the scope of effective communication in delivering outcomes is limited without trust. Having the toolkit to communicate effectively becomes truly valuable in an environment in which individuals are comfortable sharing ideas. They feel that their opinions can be said and heard without consequence. We also believe that trust improves the clarity of communication. There's a saying, crystal clear, that you would hear if you visit our businesses. Because if an individual feels that they can express their candid views without punishment or consequence, they're likelier to be clearer in their views rather than be vague. We are at very early stages in our journey and hopefully have many more chapters to experience. We've had ups, we've had downs, hopefully more ups than downs. And we constantly assess our approach and make changes as required. There are, however, a few things that we hold sacrosanct. One, it starts and ends with people. 2, the team is much stronger than any one individual. And most importantly, there's no team without clear and effective communication. Thank you.
I thought you make that better and better and better. I learned long ago, by the way, I'm here with my colleague. You know, I told you that change is the only constant thing. So as I was considering whether to go to the Bahamas or the Maldives or just stay around sub-Saharan Africa for my sabbatical leave, I changed my mind. And I decided to join her again so that we can be here. You know, I learned long ago that the secret of men, faith, are in their stories. And as our keynote speaker was sharing stories upon stories, I told myself, I said, that's the speech. That's the lesson. So you listen for what is said and what is said that was not said but was said.
And do you know that we like stories?
That's right.
We like to listen to stories, tell stories, but there's something we don't like. Telling our own stories. We will tell you stories of how people have succeeded, how they overcame challenges, but we don't talk about our stories. But listening to him today tell his story reminded me that I need to also tell my story.
Fantastic.
Sitting back there as a mother, I was just looking at him and smiling. I can see his daddy seated here, mommy seated here, and I said, wow, I want to see my daughter and my son speak in a room where I'm seated as part of the audience. Thank you for giving me that dream.
You know, faith. This is why it is good to put two people who work well together to work together. You know why I said that?
No?
Before you said what you said, which you did not tell me when we're seated, just to let them know, for transparency's sake and accountability, I had in mind to say, in response to the speech of our keynote speaker, Mr. Folaye Shimoju, that when I grow up, I want to be like Dr. Ayeshimoju and Toastmaster Monisola Ayeshimoju DTM. And what do I want to be like in them that I admire, among several other things that I know about this lovely couple? That God will give me the grace, the honor, that in my lifetime, I'll be seated, healthy, comfortable, full of vigor, and my own children will be shining on world stage.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, especially those who are parents, if you don't know that that is a special blessing that any money cannot buy, may I ask you to applaud on two categories. First, for the parents who gave us our keynote speaker.
Wow.
I thought you would do better than that. I thought you would do better than that. I thought you will do better than that. Because if they did not give birth to him, train him over the years before he became independent, perhaps keynote speaker for today. Thank you.
And speaking of stage,
Yes.
I heard you say the word stage.
Yes,
I believe that the world is a stage.
that's right.
And it is laced with good music. And so I always say to people, take the stage before the music ends. Everyone has a stage. Take your stage while the music is still playing and give us your dance. We want to see it.
And so in taking that stage swiftly, ladies and gentlemen, once again, without sounding like a broken record, but because repetition shows importance and enhances retention, for that insightful, instructive, and inspiring speech by our keynote speaker. A round of applause once again for Mr. Fola Ayeshimoju. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
As we move along swiftly in this segment, let us give you a quick preview of how we will engage going forward. Let me allay your fears, if there is any, that our first conference speaker for today is seated and she's raring to go.
Yes.
I can assure you. In addition to the fact that she'll be presenting shortly, we'll swiftly have the video documentary for UAC and Toastmasters respectively in that order. Once we do that, we'll swap on your agenda the place of banners and flags parade with comfort break. The feelers we've got from the room is that the people in the room need more comfort. Faith.
Yes, they do.
So we'll send them on a comfort break to go and do as they may. And when they return, and in case you find on your way coffee, tea, snacks, even though it is noon, do as you may.
And while you are enjoying your comfort, do not get too comfortable and forget to come back to the room.
And when you return with more vigor, more vitality, and more zest to continue in today's segment, we shall continue with the club and areas parade with your flags. So come ready with your flags. Tell the DJ the music you want for your segment, and we shall have a lovely time. Immediately we do that, we shall indulge in some icebreakers. We will take the representative of the Commissioner for Information and Strategy in his goodwill message, and then we'll welcome our speaker for today, Mrs. Benjamin Lani.
And in case you haven't heard us speak before, you don't want to miss it. You will be jumping and dancing on your seat.
Technical team, over to you. Video documentary, please.
Thank you.
Person go hustle, eh? You have to face the girl at chop now.
I don't even my 100 naira change collect on that gala.
Okay. Which country what this girl do now? Gala wa one buy, she just come collect am.
I get one we go belle for you well.
You mean am?
They call am Gala Classic.
Where you dey? This one big oh. Gala Classic.
Like the way they chop this one, I feel like this one enter well.
This one belle full, no worry.
Okay, I don't go buy one for us. No chop this Gala Classic wey dey enjoy.
Madam, I don't go 400 for the gala for 4 of us, me and my friends.
Sabi, this money wey you give me no complete oh. Gala Classic na 200 and na 400 they give me, so you go balance me 400.
This Gala Classic?
Yes.
Na 200?
Yes.
Bros.
It is a pity for you.
Photo.
Na Gala Classic wey chop.
Oh.
We must learn a lesson.
There were several attempts and several false starts towards getting Toastmasters established in Nigeria. But it didn't come to fruition until sometime in 2005, when the late Ambassador Vincent Okobi went on vacation in the US and stumbled upon Toastmasters convention. He was persuaded to attend the convention. On getting there, he was wowed at what he saw, that Toastmasters is a worldwide organization where people learn how to hone their speaking and leadership skill. And he decided I must come back to Nigeria and set up a club. And so when he came back to Nigeria, he promptly published a newspaper advertorial inviting those who are interested to join Toastmasters to come for the first meeting. That is how Eagle Toastmasters Club was born in 2005.
I can talk particularly about how we started here in northern Nigeria, because this is where my location is. The very first club in northern Nigeria started with, that was Unity Toastmasters Club, and two people were very instrumental in getting that club off the ground.
Division F started out with one club, Eagle Toastmasters, back in 2005. 2 years ago, Division F birthed a new division, Division K. And Division F practically went back to the building stage, because we have to grow. When you give birth to a child, you need to replenish yourself and grow so that you can birth more.
I joined Toastmasters in the year 2012 when I was already 63 years of age. As you would expect, by that time, I was already well accomplished professionally. But not only that, I was already a public speaker, addressing sometimes audiences that number thousands. And then came this friend of ours, a trusted, persuasive lady who spoke about Toastmasters as a place where I could further hone my public speaking skills as well as my leadership skills.
And I remember those days, I was looking for a club or an association or an organization that dealt with public speaking. I queried the fact that accountants had an association, ICANN. There was an association of marketing professionals. There was an association of this and that. Where is the association of public speakers?
I was in search of a space where I could practice public speaking. And so I read about it and I saw that there was a social club that people will gather to practice public speaking. I searched and I found Unity Toastmasters in Jabi, and I paid a visit to the club sometime in September 2013. And when I arrived at the club, I met a very convivial atmosphere. The people were friendly.
Toastmasters, it's concerned about helping individuals building leadership and communication skills. As human beings, we are tasked with the challenges of leading every day, to lead at home, to lead at work, in the community, in the country. And so, to make our environment the best that we're looking forward to, we need to invest in every individual growing leadership and communication skills.
There's a leadership gap right here in Nigeria. And one way for us to bridge that gap is to get more members of the society, more Nigerians, to register and become Toastmasters, to develop their leadership skills, their communication skills. It is important that Toastmasters goes into the society and preaches the gospel of leadership.
If we are ready to take the bull by the horns, the impact of Toastmasters in this country will progress in leaps and bounds beyond our imagination.
Once again, can we put our hands together for UAC, PLC, and Toastmasters International? May I crave the indulgence of one of our past division directors at Division F, a very energetic lady who gets things done. Let's welcome Toastmaster Stella Odunwa, DTM, to please join Mrs. Monisola Ishimoju. Please let's give her a bigger hand of applause. I'm informed that our district director-elect is ready with her speech virtually. Can we take her now, please? Can we hear her there? One moment, please, ladies and gentlemen. Please crave our indulgence in this current VUCA world. VUCA for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and A for ambiguity. We can no longer shy away from the fact that communication will not always be face-to-face. Sometimes it will be virtual. And sometimes when it is virtual, technology sometimes disrupts. When it does, we do our best to make the most of it. Please let us welcome our district director-elect as she delivers her goodwill message. Toastmaster Nadine, DTM. Oh, that's me here in Lagos, Nigeria. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, whilst the technical team is sorting that out, as we earlier announced, right. Whilst that video is being sorted, please be assured that it will be sorted. Nobody should go to court. Whilst that is being sorted, ladies and gentlemen, one of our sponsors for this event is Lasena Waters. Lasena Waters. Please may we welcome to the lectern the representative of Lasena Waters all the way from Ogun State to deliver their goodwill message in a jiffy. The lovely lady in red is coming all the way from behind. The better you clap, the faster she will come, I can assure you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I sincerely admire the whole program today by Toastmasters. Please, can we give you a sounding applause for that? My name is Dr. Genevieve Carlo. I'm a medical doctor by profession. I'm standing to give this goodwill message on behalf of the MD CEO of OGC Food and Beverages, Mr. Yusuf Musa Elakama, who is sending his goodwill message to the organizers and every member of, Toastmaster. I'm highly impressed today. I'm very excited to be here because when I got the invitation to come here, I was like, what did they do? But today I can see that you toast in communication. And I'll be willing to be among you because I'm the public relations officer, and it's a good thing for me, to do more of what I'm doing. And thank you for making us one of your sponsors to the best natural alkaline mineral water that Nigeria has to be proud of. We call it the pride of Africa. Thank you.
And I'm back comfortably here to announce that it's time for us to go for our comfort break. And while you're there, please make yourself comfortable with a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, have fun, network, connect, and learn. I'll see you back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Dear Toastmasters, please, let's be nice enough to allow our special guests, our keynote speakers, and all our distinguished Toastmasters to just go before us. Thank you. The ushers are around to guide us, so please just take your seats. The ushers will guide us table by table. Thank you.
But I see your true colors shine through. I see your true colors. That's why I love you. So don't be afraid. Your true colors are beautiful, ooh, like a rainbow.
This side.
Show me a smile. Don't be unhappy, can't remember a lesson you're laughing. If this one makes you crazy and you're taking all you can bear, just call me up because you know I'll be there. And I'll see your true colors shining. It must shot me with the sorrow when I first saw your face. 'Cause I've been floating on the cloud ever since. Girl, I'm just a hopeless case. From the first time that I held you, I knew that it was just a matter of time. Before I did what comes naturally, when a pretty girl blows your mind, I think about you in the middle of the day, thinking how much I love you, in a time everything's okay. Can't wait to love you, squeeze you up so tight, and make such good love to you. You be hanging on in line. I'm loved. Can't always trust it.
It's funny. Every time I get to feeling this way, I wish I had you near me. I want to reach out and touch you, touch you, touch you, touch you, touch you.
Give me just a little time. much on Casanova. Me and Romeo ain't never been friends. Can't you see how much I really love you? Gonna sing it to you time and time again. Oh, Casanova, Casanova, oh, Casanova, Casanova. Every man deserves a good moment, and I want you to be my wife. Time is so much better spent, baby. A woman just like you in my life. So let me love you. Say you what things that I want to hold you, baby. So let me squeeze you. Don't you know that I'll get down on my knees for you, baby? You see, I ain't much on Casanova. Me and Romeo ain't never been friends. Can't you see how much I really love you? I'll sing it to you time and time again. Oh, Casanova, Casanova, oh, Casanova, Casanova. sometimes and you can get discouraged. When it seems as though our working lives are keeping us apart. Put your trust in me, baby, don't you worry. And it won't be long now, so we must be strong. There were times I know I let you down so badly. I never knew then what losing your love would mean to me. Ask for anything, I'll give it to you gladly. 'Cause you're part of me now, and you must believe that. If you're hurt, I'm hurting too, and I'm thinking about your love. If you need someone to care, I'll be there. You should know I'll never change, because I'm thinking about your love tonight, today, and always. Thinking about you, thinking about you. Counting up the days until I'm there beside you, till I hold you in my arms again. Babe, I love you so. I want you to know that I'm gonna miss your love the minute you walk out that door. So please don't come, don't go, don't go away. Please don't go, don't go. I'm begging you to stay. If you leave, at least in my lifetime, I've had one dream come true. I was blessed to be loved by someone as wonderful as you. So please don't go, don't go, don't go away. Please don't go. Everybody, let me tell you about my love brought to you by an angel from above. Oh, you quit with a lifetime guarantee. Once you try it, oh, I'm sure that you'll see. Without love, there's no reason to live. Without you, oh, what would I do with the love I give? All the loving to you I'll be giving, and I promise this I'll do as long as I'm living. I'm thinking of you and the things you do to me that makes me love you. Now I'm living in ecstasy. Hey, it's you and the things you do to me that makes me love you. Now I'm living in ecstasy all the time. It makes me glad that I'm alive. Together we will survive. What do you think brought the sun out today? It's love, baby, love. Oh, help me say, without love, there's no reason to live. Without you, oh, what would I do with the love I give? All the loving to you I'll be giving, and I promise this I'll do as long as I'm living. I'm thinking of you and the things you do to me that makes me love you. Now I'm living it. She was a Jezebel, just bricks and queen, living a life like a backstreet dream, telling my lies when the truth was clear. I think she knew what I wanted to hear, spinning around like a weed on fire, walking on tightrope and love's highway. Fatal attraction is where I'm at, there's no escaping me. I just wanna be
Toastmasters? Hello? Hello? Are we back from our comfort break? If you're still outside sitting comfortably, sipping your tea, you need to come into the hall. Call your friends, your fellow Toastmasters to come in.
Fellow Toastmasters, we crave your indulgence, so please come into the plenary room right now. We need to continue the event. For those in the foyer, please come into the plenary room. We need to continue. You may come in with your pack of snacks and cup of coffee and get seated whilst we continue. May we have some quiet in the room. May we have some quiet in the room, please.
Toastmaster DTM Oregba, can you please tell us in one sentence why you're still talking? We got it.
Feedback is the breakfast of champions. So says an American author and consultant, Kenneth Blanchard. So let's indulge in some feedback before we go ahead.
Let's walk for feedback.
So, how was coffee break? Yes? How was coffee break? We need to hear from us. Feedback. So I'm coming to this Toastmaster.
Yeah.
You kindly tell us your name, your club, your division, and then you give us your feedback on your experience during the comfort break.
My name is Toastmaster Ashiata Badmus, Area 14 Director, Division E. For tea break, it was awesome. I had juice and I had cake and meat pie.
Toastmaster Aishat Badmus. Ashiata Badmus. It was awesome. Did you meet anybody?
I met a lot of people, like Toastmaster Faith Itai. She's an educationist. I met another guest, Abayomi, a coach. I also met another guest from UAC, and we networked.
Thank you, Toastmaster Badmus. Yes, more feedback. How was your comfort break?
We have a young man here.
Yes, please. Faith, over to you.
I'm here. A dashing Toastmaster wants to tell us about the tea break and the comfort break.
Good afternoon, fellow Toastmasters and guests. Good afternoon, Toastmasters and guests.
Good afternoon.
So I'm still having my tea break. I'm having meat pie. And I have a glass of juice here with me that I'm still yet to consume. And I've met a few interesting people so far. I met a very good-looking lady called Toastmaster Imabong. And so far, that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Who else wants to share with us? How was your comfort break? I have somebody here whom I will allow her to introduce herself, our club, and our experience during comfort break. Yes, my lady.
Thank you most kindly. My name is Toastmaster Pamela. And while there was an introduction, people going around, someone oppressed me with their own introductory picture. And so I took the challenge, went to Canva and made these of myself. So this is the picture I'm showing everyone. My name is Toastmaster Pamela. Just look at my profile, and that's my introduction. Thank you.
Faith, where are you? Who are you engaging with?
I'm right here with a pretty lady.
All right.
That wants to tell us about our comfort break.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vivian Agu, Toastmasters, Eagle Toastmasters Club. And I had a very nice meal. I had sandwich and fruits, and it was quite filling. I hope I don't sleep.
Yes, I'm here with one veteran Toastmaster who is sipping still his cup of coffee. I'll allow him introduce himself and share with us his experience during the coffee break. Yes, sir. You may be seated, sir.
Thank you very kindly. My name is Femi Kolajo, distinguished Toastmaster. I thoroughly enjoyed my tea session. I had a cake, a piece of cake. I had sandwiches as well. And of course, a cup of Milo to wash it down, as they say in our parlance.
Did you meet anybody?
Incidentally, I was preoccupied with having my tea, and so I didn't.
Can you let us also know your club and your division?
I belong to Meritorious Mary Toastmasters Club, a past director in the area, and currently distinguished Toastmaster Emeritus. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you.
DTM Oladele.
Yes, please, Faith.
Are you aware?
Yes.
That in Division E,
yes,
we have a record-breaking profile.
Okay.
We have Toastmasters, Eaching,
okay,
getting married, back to back.
Okay.
And we have the latest bride in Division E right here with us.
Wow.
Toastmaster Edith. She's trying to run away.
Okay.
But I'm right behind her.
Okay.
She is a Toastmaster.
All right.
President of Millennium Toastmasters Club.
Okay.
And she's married to a super diaper Toastmaster. Toastmaster Emmanuel.
All right. Go ahead, please. The floor is yours.
What am I supposed to say?
Share your experience during coffee break. We're taking feedback.
Well,
you could also talk in how you met your husband, who is a Toastmaster.
My husband is a member of my club. Yes, so we are, and it's not the first time. Our ex-president got married to an ex-president as well. So
all right. So it's a culture within the club.
It's a culture, yes. Our club is known for unity and love. So when you attend our club meeting, you will understand. Because most people usually say, why do you have beautiful girls in your club? I'm beautiful, ain't I? Yes, so you see more of this when you attend my club meetings. So that's one of the side attraction we have, aside from the public speaking, which we engaged in. Yes.
Please, can you, for record purpose, can you tell us the name of that club for those who may be interested in joining that club?
Millennium Toastmasters Club, Area 15, Division E in Abuja. Thank you.
And DTM Oladele.
Yes, please.
Division E.
Yes.
We have a knack for that.
Yes.
We have Toastmaster Binta.
Okay.
Toastmaster Sunday.
All right.
As married couples.
Oh.
We have Toastmaster Faith Bauer.
Okay.
And DTM Ifain as husband and wife.
All right.
We have Toastmaster Jumobi.
Okay.
And Toastmaster Sonaya as husband and wife.
Okay.
And our latest is Toastmaster Edith.
Okay.
And Toastmaster Emmanuel. We are networking. We are learning. We are growing. And we are expanding.
Yes, yes, yes. Let's put our hands together for all of these Toastmaster couples. District Director, our keynote speaker, our past leaders as the District Commissioner for Information and Strategy, our conference speaker for today, fellow Toastmasters and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. At this juncture, as we promised earlier, we shall be segueing into the Club and Area Flag Parade. The Club and Area Flag Parade. As we announced before we went for comfort breaks, we hope that you have your club flag ready. And the team that will represent your club is ready. So we'll begin from Division E. We'll go from Division E to Division F and then Division K. We'll call you in terms of your areas. So once we call your area, all the clubs in that area will come forward. We will allow you 1 moment here to enjoy yourself for just about 60 seconds, to enjoy the music you've chosen from the DJ before we usher you on. Is that okay, everybody?
in our Nigerian style, let's grab our flags and come out. We want to have fun, we want to dance, we want to celebrate our achievement as Toastmasters. So we'll be starting with Division E and Area 13. Area
13, where are
Division
you?
E.
All the clubs in Area 13. What music do they want, please? DJ, over to you. Area 13 clubs, are you here at the conference? Rep your club, rep your club.
Area 13, followed by Area 14, followed by Area 15, and followed by Area 30 and Area 50. Division E.
Rep your club, rep your club.
Come and rep your clubs.
Area 13, what music are you going with?
The Jagaban.
Okay.
Toastmaster Olu Joseph. Which music are we playing for Area 13, Division E? Okay, you have it. Oh yeah, no.
Area 13, are you ready? So that we don't go to the next area. We need to manage time quickly so that we can welcome our speaker for today.
Division E, are we ready? Are we ready? Please, let's come forward with our flags.
Is that the best you can give to your program quality director? Is that the best you can give to your program quality director, Division E? I can hear only one voice. A lonely voice crying in the wilderness. Prepare ye the way of Division E.
Area 13, can we have you? Area 14? Right behind Area 13. Area 15. Area 30. Area 50. DJ, let's go. Find better.
Let's go, fellow Toastmasters. Let's do this.
Don't sleep. Wake up.
Area 13 over to you.
Wake up.
Area 13 over to you,
Wake up.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present Area 13, led by Burial Toastmasters Club, all the way from Division E, Abuja, Nigeria.
Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be try. You look come, person, we don't mind.
Area 13 for you, ladies and gentlemen.
On the sofa, so good. Let me see you.
Are you going low? Are you bukai for them? Let us see your buka. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting all the way from Division E, Abuja, Area 13. Area 13, ladies and gentlemen. All areas in Division E. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, in their full strength, Division E, in all their glory. Yes, Division E. If you are part of Division E and are outside, please join the trade. Ladies and gentlemen, Division E. That's a bit before you go. Show the audience your dancing skill. Ladies and gentlemen, Division E. Showing their dancing skill. Let us see whether they will beat Division F or Division A. Division E. Ladies and gentlemen, Division E. If you are part of Division E and you are not here, please accept my sympathy. DJ,
we need
Let's put our hands together for Division E. Woo! DJ, can you usher them out with the music? Usher, please hold on. The DJ is going to usher you out with the music. Let's go. Let's put our hands together for Division E, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for Division E, please. A round of applause, Division F. Get ready, Division F. A round of applause for Division E.
If you are in Division E and you are not here right now, I don't know where you are.
Division E going. 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 Division E all the way from the northern part of Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for them. They came with their feet. Let's celebrate them. Let's celebrate them. Division E. Let us welcome Division F. All the areas in Division F. Division F, where are you? Division F, come with your club banners. Division F, are you here?
If you are in Division F and you are still sitting down, I don't know what
Quality
you're doing.
Director.
Division F.
Division F, sir. Look at your people. These are your people. Division F. Are you here?
Are you ready? Division F.
Are you here? Let us have Division F. DJ, music. Music, DJ. Division F, come along with your club banners. Come along with your club banners.
Wake up. Collect your money.
Wake up.
Collect your money. Wake up.
Division F, is it what you want? What do you want? What music do you want?
Wake up.
Tell the DJ what music you want.
Cough. He's down here. Cough.
They want a different music, please. We must give each division what they want. Division F. DJ, are you ready?
Let's welcome Division F.
No matter the matter,
let's welcome.
This thing they happen to anyone. I come from nothing, enter many things. This thing they happen to anyone. I live the life that I love. I love the life that I live. Tomorrow's not promised, but I keep the things that I need. Love is in the air. No matter the matter, I'll be rich till I die.
Division F wants to be rich.
I'll be rich till I die.
Division F in all its glory.
Division F, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome, Division F.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present Division F in all its glory. Division F in all its glory.
I'll be rich till I die. God said, better plan.
Where's your time? Where's your time?
I live the life that I love. I love the life that I live. Tomorrow's not promised, but I'll keep the things that I need. Love is in the air.
Ladies and gentlemen,
no matter, I'll be rich till I die.
Let's go! That's good! That's how they do it in Division F!
I'll be rich till I die.
Division F, ladies and gentlemen! That's right!
I'll be rich till I die.
Division F, ladies and gentlemen! in Nigeria from Division F is joining. Hurricane DJ, music. From Division F, on the basketball. A pioneer Division F. I am the land that I live. Tomorrow is not coming. Love is in the air. Can you see what I feel? I'll be rich till I die. I'll be rich till I let us welcome Division K! Division K, are you ready? Let's welcome Division K! Division K, where are you? Division F, come to your seat. The champion, the lion is here. Division K! Division K on the way! Clear the road for Division K! Clear the road for Division K! Ladies and gentlemen,
they said the district director should come, and we call the district director, district officers, and all district 94 to come out.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Division K.
Division K.
A round of applause for Division K.
Thank you, Division K.
Division K. At this point, we are going to welcome our district director.
Photograph at the end of the hall, please.
Please photograph at the end of the hall
The back.
And if you are yet to have your head shot, please go to the Lenter booth downstairs to take your photograph, your profile picture, and any other picture you like to take.
Thank you, Division A, Division K. Take your seat. Thank you. Thank you.
It's free. They need to take professional headshots. Please help us announce it.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are yet to take your professional headshot, please, you can make your way to the Lenter booth, photography booth.
DTM Oladele, do you know one of the things I like about being a Nigerian?
Please go ahead.
So this,
yes.
DTM Nadi is ready with a
Ladies and gentlemen, may I crave the indulgence. Let's welcome quickly, before we take a speech from the virtual space, the district director, all our district leaders, past and present. Dr. Ishmoju, we need you on this train, sir.
Division leaders. No.
Okay.
We need to tell him to go. We can't tell him. Let's move on. It doesn't take a minute. So DJ, let's go.
Let's go quickly.
Vice President, join this play. C'est tout fait.
Parti d'un zéro, il m'a rendu le mot. C'est pas normal. C'est pas normal. Nothing to do. C'est pas normal. C'est pas normal. Nothing to begin at this year. We'll take your seat up now. Tout ce que je fais, tout ce que je fais. Hello baby girl. Papa, on va faire un petit today. C'est pas normal.
You cannot understand, just put your body to the right, to the left, and you can.
Parti de zéro.
The largest district in the entire world.
C'est pas normal. Il a le way.
The largest district.
C'est pas normal. C'est pas normal. C'est moi. Il t'a lancé caillou. Tu n'as pas dit non. Ils t'ont caché. Tu n'as pas dit non. Tu as pardonné. Aïe ta béni. Tu as mélangé, tu as retourné, c'est béton. Tu as construit maison. Baba God t'a béni. Caillou devient béton. Baba God t'a béni. Parti de zéro. Il m'a rendu zéro.
Where's your baby girl?
C'est pas normal. Il a le way. Il faut juste le follow. C'est pas normal. C'est pas normal. Mon choix reste fait. Mon choix.
Let's put our hands together for the district. The entire district, let's put our hands together for them.
No, go ahead.
Let's put our hands together for the district. Quickly. Let's celebrate the district.
Did you see the dance move of our district director?
My face. Where did that come from?
Wow.
All the way from Lomé, Togo. Wow. Let's put our hands hands together for the district director and all our district leaders for that brilliant show. And all of the divisions put together, let's put our hands together for Division E, Division F, and Division K. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have some quiet in the room, please. We'll take 2 quick messages and then we'll welcome our conference speaker for today. Our goodwill message coming from our current district club program quality director and district director-elect. She's a Congolese nationality and a mother of 2 boys, worked for the World Health Organization, WHO operations manager in Guinea, a very passionate Toastmaster, I beg your pardon, who has been a Toastmaster since 2011, having belonged so far to 4 divisions. Division C, which covers Burkina Faso, Division B, which covers Cameroon and Benin, Division A, which covers Ivory Coast and Guinea, and Division I. She set up the first clubs in Cameroon, and today she's proud to see Cameroon thriving as a division on its own. Please put your hands together for that. She's a speech contest winner, a Pathways ambassador, and has been a founder and president of several clubs, a mentor, a sponsor of more than 15 clubs, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to clap, clap is free of charge. Area director, administrative manager at District 94, and division director. She is a compulsive club creator, and she continues to set up clubs serially. She set up the prestigious network of builders when she was club growth director. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our program quality director at District 94 and district director-elect, Toastmaster Nadine Mbikina DTM. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Fellow Toastmasters, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this introduction. Fellow Toastmasters, dear DTM Gail Aomezono, District Director, dear DTM Patrick Oloide, immediate past District Director, dear past District Directors, distinguished guests, dear members, I first want to present my warmest congratulations to the extraordinary team behind this organization of this remarkable event. Special congratulations to the public relations team. I've been receiving WhatsApp message every day for 1 month. I can tell you that I was receiving message, video, and I confess that every time I was receiving a message, I just wanted to jump into a plane and come. And I can assure you that if it was not for professional constraints, I would be standing with you, dancing with the district director among you at this very moment. I believe that this event has the potential to reinforce Toastmasters in Nigeria and even to contribute to build a district in Nigeria soon. On a personal note, I would like to express my deep gratitude for the honor of being elected as District 94 Director. The trust and confidence placed in me by all our members fill my heart with joy and a profound sense and purpose. It's an honor, it's a privilege, and it's an incredible opportunity for me to serve as District 94 Director. District 94 has a rich legacy of excellence. Our immediate past District Director, DTM Patrick Olomide, led us to the highest step of excellence, making us the #1 district in the world last mandate. And the current District Director is doing exactly the same. So you can see that I don't have the choice just to work hard and follow the step. I would like to express my gratitude to all the former district directors. 4 of them are from Nigeria, in fact, for their contribution to that legacy of excellence. Together, we will embark in July on the journey of transformation and progress. And I'm confident that with all of you, with our collective efforts, we'll achieve remarkable success. Once again, my congratulations to you, and have a nice time. I cannot wait to be in Abuja in 2024. So thank you very much. It's not normal. It's not normal. Thank you.
Another rousing round of applause for our District Director-elect, DTM Nadir. What is a conference without goodwill messages? And so we'd like to take one goodwill message from the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Mr. Gbenga Omotosho, who is here being represented by Director, Strategy Center, Ministry of Information and Strategy, Mr. Kayode Oyekami. Please, let's welcome him.
Very good afternoon to very distinguished Toastmasters. I'd wanted to make the mistake of saying distinguished toasters. And that won't be too far-fetched, because with the joy that you have shown this afternoon, if you would permit me, I want to put you on notice by making an oral application for membership. Thank you. The district director, the keynote speaker, distinguished invited guests, very distinguished directors, toast makers, masters, pardon me. You know, I earlier said I wanted to call you toasters. Toastmasters, leaders, very lovely ladies and gentlemen. If you'll permit me, I would be reading the goodwill message of my boss, whom I'm representing at this conference, the immediate past Lagos State Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Mr. Gbenga Omotosho. So please permit me as I take his goodwill message. I am most delighted to address this distinguished audience at this year's Toastmasters Nigeria 2.0 conference. I would like to express my appreciation to for the invitation extended to me to join communication experts at this conference. Permit me also to put on record the efforts of Toastmasters International that has been so much involved in reshaping the entire communication chain in our country and beyond through capacity training in public speaking, leadership training, and effective use of public relations. The fact that this conference also provides an avenue for aspiring communication and public relations practitioners to listen and learn from influential leaders, hone their public speaking and leadership skills, and carve a niche for themselves makes this gathering so much worthwhile. The importance of communication itself cannot be overemphasized. The power to inform, educate, and persuade which communication has makes it very compelling for communicators to be thorough and understand the heart and science of communication. The theme for this conference, transformation through communication, connect, excel, and grow, further underscores the transformational roles which communication plays in every society. Without meaning to bore you with rhetorics and without preempting the other eminent speakers at this conference, you will agree with me that communication has changed the way we think, the way we live, the way we socialize, relate, and the way we do things, especially with the advent of the social media. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my position as the Commissioner for Information and Strategy in Lagos State during the first term in office of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu further exposed me to the various dynamics of communication and how best to deploy different communication mix to connect with the masses and engender growth and development. In specific terms, the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic in Lagos State in the year 2020 and the way the pandemic was managed through the deployment of different communication mix and effective use of public relations tools such as dialogue, persuasion, negotiation, mediation, arbitration, received commendations from within Nigeria and of course beyond the shores of our dear country. As it is today, the goodwill being enjoyed presently by the Lagos State government and the governor himself has translated into the re-election of the governor for another 4-year term. These are indications of how the governor was able to connect with the masses, leveraging on the effective community engagements and constant communication. Very distinguished Toastmasters and invited guests, I have no doubt in the abilities of the distinguished speakers who will be addressing different sections at this conference today and tomorrow. These facilitators have the right competencies and pedigrees worthy of understudying and emulating. I plead with all participants and all Toastmasters here present to be prepared to broaden their social and professional networks, develop their own sense of self-worth, and become more persuasive speakers and agents of change in their various localities. Once again, it is my pleasure and of course a very great honor to have been invited to this conference, and it is my hope that the intentions of the organizers of this very enviable conference at the end of this 2 days program will be achieved. While wishing you all a very fruitful and rewarding conference, I want to thank you for your very kind attention. Thank you all and God bless you. Thank you.
I want to second that. Since he has applied verbally to join Toastmasters International, please, club president, visit him after the meeting and ensure you get him signed up into your club. As director for communication and strategy, you can be sure he will do well with the Toastmasters brand. Thank you, sir, for the goodwill message. I also want to recognize the chairman of the planning committee, Toastmasters Nigeria Conference, Toastmaster Stephen Aino. His work is already speaking for us. Thank you, sir, for putting up a good conference for us. It's my delight to introduce our keynote speaker for today. And when I say it's my delight, I lie not. The first time I heard her speak, she shared a quote that resonated with me, one of my all-time favorites. And that quote is from David Thoreau, and he says that if a man dares, confidently goes after his dream, he will meet with success in uncommon ways. That quote is one of the driving force for my life. I keep going forward, keep pushing, because I know that if I don't give up, I will meet with success on the way. And this speaker inspired it in me. I would like to describe the speaker, our keynote speaker, with a few adjectives. She's beautiful, brilliant, elegant, gracious, sophisticated, intelligent, capable, loving, and majestic. And above all, she is an inspirational speaker. She's going to inspire us today to dare and to become. Join me with a resounding round of applause, with a beautiful smile to welcome the one and only Dio Benjamin Lioni. Please, round up applause. Please welcome.
Wow. Thank you. When I was just a little girl, I asked my mommy, my dad too, what would I be? Would I be happy? Would I be rich? And here's what she said to me in a manner of words. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. Que sera, sera. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. Que sera, sera. What will be, will be. What will be, will be. The what will be is a translation of who you choose by the power of your personal affirmation to become. And in that, you become your personal story. Once upon a time, like we say in Nigeria, in Africa, tales by moonlight that extend beyond what is moonlight to a lifetime and a legacy to be retold as an authority, an author, or a biography, because you always have an audience, a generation watching you, not so much to applaud you in the moment, but to savor who you are by the words you speak, the lifestyle that you engage, connect, raise generations and community by the inspiration of not just what is personal, but what has become for you your classroom of life lived every day, one day at a time. I'd like to thank very much all of the constellation of this very distinguished, very eminently manifest profiling, not just of speakers, but of personalities, Toastmasters, or yes, toast makers. Sir, while that may sound humorous, the truth of the matter is a toast is in itself a celebration of a moment of high engagement, of laughter, of community, but most importantly, of distinction and distinctivity. What makes a Toastmaster a toast maker is this simple fact. You are not distinguished because you are a title. You are not fellow TM Toastmasters because of a fellowship. It's because of a distinctive collateral to speak. Not just to speak, but to speak well. From the outpouring of what is not a content prepared on paper in theory, but a content that comes from the wealth of your simple everyday connections that become a collateral value chain that you use to engage in the space and place of your leadership, of your talent, your innovation, of a community inspiration, politics, the dynamics of entrepreneurship, of teaching, but most importantly, of connecting, of growing, and of excelling. Today, transformative communication is not really what is taught in schools and ivory towers. It is what is caught in the place of communicating the faith of your professional representations in faith. Because whoever you are, the engineer or the artist, the market woman or the NLC laborer, what you truly represent, what you truly profess is the quality of what you use to impact, influence, innovate, and redemptively change our world. Who are you? Who am I? The power of who I am is not just a brand personification as an experiential Toastmaster, but no, the brand is you, your life told as a story. Every day, a new page, a new chapter, a new line, a new sentence, a new adjective, whatever it is, all things new, because you are the best story to be told, and you owe it to you to tell your story. Once upon a time, time, and so they lived happily ever after. Thank you, the applause. You see, in the place of the applause, what I'm calling for is what you are called to express. The power of a story is that which is both the blend of the storyteller, the content, but most decidedly the expression. What expression do you give to the stories you tell? We tell. We tell together, we tell alone, or we tell in the place of reference and history. The power to create a story is the pulse of character, defining who is in the story and who tells the story. Which is why children connect so much with mothers and call them sweet mothers, because they tell them sweet stories at bedtime. Once upon a time, sweetheart. And daddies, while they're busy coming from work and all of that, they miss that moment. But you know, my dad of blessed memory told us some of the best blessed stories ever. So all of you dads, keep telling those stories. We're listening. And that is how come you can raise a son, like our keynote speaker. We celebrate daddy and mommy. Once again, let's appreciate them. Or you can celebrate, you can raise a daughter like me to become the storyteller, Toastmaster. My name is Adedayo Benjamin's Lani. My name means Ade, the crown. Dayo becomes joy if you transliterally present it that day. But what it means as a communication is simply this: the crown that brings joy to her community. And this is who I am. By persona definition, not a brand, but a blend of my history, my experiences, my professional platforms and opportunities. This is who I have become, the how I am the voice. It's always one of my most distinctive, honoring experiences when people recognize me not by my face, but by my voice. But what is even more profound is not that they recognize it by my voice alone. They are reminded of a message that came with my voice. And so my voice connects people to moments in the history and timelines of their life. I have gone way past and beyond, but they have never forgotten. The reality of a personal story, well crafted and delivered, is not in how you perfectly weave and fit it all together, but how you authentically, sincerely deliver it as a life you style by the words you speak and the prose that you communicate through. There and in we have the transformer and transformation through the communicator of the communication. Connectivity is an energy. Where there is no energy, no electricity, no power driving connection, where there is no intentionality, there is nothing that gives it the drive. There is no driver, there is no true connect. You must, in the place of telling the story, become the connector, the channel that plugs in through which the energy drives and delivers. I walked in this morning and I took another walk and I made Wema do better. I told them, no ladies, you don't just sit down with the gentleman. You get up, you welcome me with another smile to take me another mile. You've got to celebrate the fact that I made it here and every other person that is coming in. If you really want us to invest in your account, Wema Bank, you can do better to get me as my banker. The truth is what makes us taller, better, more succinct, but most importantly, in the place of believability, we heard it with our keynote speaker, trusted. To be trusted. Now, I use the word create because I've been given the topic, how to create meaningful conversations. To create a meaningful conversation means that the conversation, excuse my saying it in such a duh reference, the conversation has meaning. It translates to something not just with meaning, but full of meaning. It translates to knowledge. It's an impartation. Like I said, it's not what you are taught in an ivory tower. It's what you catch. What have you caught? one of my greatest testimonial walking into this conference 2.0 is what happened at 1.0 that so many of you, thank you so much, reminded me of and told me you were there and inspired by. Where there is no inspiration, there is no fire. There is nothing that lights up something inside that remains in the purity of flame to bring you to the place of being distinctive in your assignment. Where leaders are made, Toastmasters, this is who we are. This is who you are. This is what we deliver. This is our brand. This is our product. It's not about how well we speak with whatever inflections. By the way, I did not school outside this country. I'm completely schooled by Nigerian schools. Yes, say the wow. This is all made in Nigeria. And the reality of this, to create, is not just to innovate, is to bring the character, is to bring the power of that which is real, the reality, authenticity. You want to tell a story, tell a true story. And once you have the power of truth, it may only be 1 or 3 words. It's all you need to give expression to the content for your audience. To create meaningful conversations means that you are able to open up engagements, connections with your ideas, with your own, with your humor. I always say great speaker doesn't need to be a comedian, but you need to have what I call humor. Humor with integrity gives you candor. You are candid with humor. And when you have that, it transmits. It's an energy. It engages. It embraces. It connects. It is not highfalutin sounding. Rather, it's just words fitly spoken, like apples of gold in a setting of silver. You and I, as Toastmasters, whether local, West African, national, global, the assignment is to see yourself first as a leader of a global reference, of a global branding for a generation and a timing out of Africa. You are not competing with a European speaker, Toastmaster, Chinese, Japanese. No. What we are doing is validating just what the human ethos is for by the power of connectivity. To connect. How and why? To grow. To grow what? To truly grow a united community and nations and families. Look at the love, the laughter, the cheer, the good cheer with which everybody in coming forward with their different districts was able to dance, and even Mama was to be celebrated. It's beautiful to see the aged dance, their youth renewed like an eagle. And everyone rejoicing with them becomes a celebrity in their celebration. The power of creating. Expression elevates the power of the story. The beauty of any story told is how you unwrap it like a beautiful gift. Dio, give me that. How do you unwrap it to show it? There was a story told in this room just now. It was an amazing story. Our keynote speaker, Polo, and how he spoke about his own experience coming through. Thank you very much. I met her through talking. Who would like to unwrap a gift? Madam, please come. Oh, don't worry, I have another one. Quick. I want to see the fastest unwrapper. Because I only have a few minutes. No. Just come down here. Come here. Don't worry. I'll give it to you. All right. Unwrap. I have one more. Who's running to catch this one? Run! Open it up. What do you have there?
Gala.
What do you have there?
Gala.
Did you say gala?
Gala.
He said, perhaps the reason why I am shy about public speaking is because most of the day my business is what? Gala 100 naira! Now I want you to shout it out. Do that.
Gala.
Yes? Gala 100 naira! What you get?
Gala 100 naira.
All right, thank you. Put the hands together for them. Put your hands together for them. Thank you. Go with your gala and give someone in the room. I want you to understand. This gala is the oldest sausage roll in the Federal Republic of Nigeria and in Africa. It is older than Toastmasters because you're not just talking about gala, you're talking about a brand. What Folu stood here to speak about was a story. Stories connected with stories. His lecturer spoke to him and said, son, you are just that shy of a 2-1. And he went to work, and 2-1 became his destination. Oh, he took a drive in a BMW, cool, air conditioned, but there was what? A conversation in the car. How many conversation opportunities have you missed up sitting in a car? Watch the stories. They're in the moments. Que sera, sera. What will be, will be. Yes, you look at me and say, she's so confident. Oh, she's so erudite. And all of these words. My father of blessed memory, Daddy O's, Admiral Oluwaferomiju Olumide, whoever, MNI, and all of that, was very deliberate about the fact that I must sit and read. And he discovered my talent first. You have an extraordinary speaking gift. And then I went to a really great school. And at that time in Queen's College, it was cool for you to speak pidgin, waiting now, all of that. And my father, he said, something is going to destroy the very thing you have. Queen's College girls, I'm sure those of us who in my time will remember. And I had to deliberately retract from what seemed to be fun. Tunde Kuboye, my inspiration, just down the road at the museum, National Museum, we used to host the national debates. I used to represent Queen's College. Before then in St. Louis in Ibadan, I was also in the literary and debating team. I was so timid and afraid. I would always shake, but somehow find myself in there. And then one day, afraid, I stuttered, I stopped, and I couldn't speak again. And Tunde Kuboye, the debate national grandmaster, sent for me and he said, little girl, nobody is expecting you to fail. Speak! And it changed, it revolutionized and brought out the speaker within. That happened in secondary school. By the time I got into the University of Ibadan, Queen's Hall, we thrashed them. Oh, go and find out about Jokke, myself, and was it Yemi? The three of us. Letitia, who was it? Please help me celebrate my friend Letitia, who's watched me from school all this while. And you see, this is all connection in this room. But where did it come from? I remember the debaters from Nnamdi Azikiwe, all of that, would get so angry because I learned something about emotional intelligence. I'm not going to try doing it like the guys do. I'll say, oh, now I'm so used to saying, Your Excellency, distinguished guest, but you know, I will speak to the judge and everything, and I'll do it with a smile, like a lady. Ladies, don't try to sound like what your gender doesn't need to sound like. There are times when we need to put our voice in there, but not all the time. And I'll tell you what, even for gentlemen, the power of your tone, the way you deliver, will be able to wrap a room, not around your finger, but around your expression in elocution. Allow it to land sweet. To create in the place of the story also means your agility, being appropriate in your language, in your gestures, very important. There is a quality to the way in which we comport ourselves as speakers to tell our stories. And you don't need to tell all in your personal story. Leave enough for people to come looking for more. To be continued. I'm sure you want to hear more about my story. Oh, we'll get there. True talk, like I said, the T factor. And then E, empathy. It's a wrap. Without emotional intelligence, you are not intelligent. When it comes to the delivery and engagement as a leader or just as a team player, your emotional intelligence. Women, it's not about being emotional and being entitled because of our sex and what has happened to us traumatically, historically as women. The truth of the matter is, no goals are scored when one person is playing the team. SDGs have failed because we think it's a gender agenda. We need to work together. The beauty of the culture and what we have here as Toastmasters, and that needs to play in any room in the world, get the understanding, your true liberty comes from within, not from a label or a title. There is a force of change that has come into our environment that we must translate into our spaces of engagement by leadership and by example. I know I must be coming to a wrap now. Who's watching my time? And so once upon a time, always watch the time. Where's my timer? Oh my goodness. The most important thing with creating meaningful conversations is flow. What's the flow going to be? Where is this coming from? How am I speaking this? What script am I reading? Someone will say it's unscripted. Really? No. There's a script in every one of us. Every one of us carries a script. And with this I will close. As I was coming in from the airport today, my 18-year-old daughter in her first year in Pan Atlantic University called me and said, "Mommy, I wept yesterday. I had a presentation and I went blank." And after going blank, all of the arrangement of the slides was wrong and I didn't know how to deliver. And Mommy, I was so embarrassed. Well, she didn't use the word embarrassed, but more or less that's what it was. So I now said, okay, I listened, I let her speak. Then I said, "When did you cry? On stage?" She said, "No, I got off stage and I went to my seat, but Mommy, the tears were rolling down. I didn't boo-hoo, but the tears were rolling down." I said, "Great. And I really mean that. So what did you learn?" She told me, and I said, "Now, my sweetheart, do you remember the first time you followed me out to a speakership? You were 7 years old, 6 going on 7. I had dressed up and I had my heels on. Oh, by the way, the power of your smile, the power of your style. I'm very deliberate about these red heels. They're not just killer heels, they're my killie heels. And I'll tell you why they're called killie heels. Kilimanjaro. I have a dream to climb Kilimanjaro. Now, I had this dream when I was much younger, much stronger, much more ready. So you can understand that right now I'm not about to climb it. But they're going to fly me to a point, and when I get there and I come out, I'm going to go up a little bit with my canvas. But when I get to the top, you better believe it, I'm taking off those canvas and I'm putting on my red patent lipstick red heels. I'm going to say Kilimanjaro! I finally did it. What do you finally need to do? I keep rehearsing. These heels, I'm saving them for the day. And watch out, it's coming. But back to the final wrap-up. My daughter and I had this moment. And what happened? That's the end. I got in with her. I said, do you remember? She said, Mommy, and she started laughing. What happened? It was a Tara speakership for her northern, she was a training session for makeup artists and everything in the north. And I was wearing medicated, prescribed lenses for the first time. And I went in there, and just as I stepped out, thank you so much, sir, for helping me up the steps. Maybe you helped to prevent what could have shocked everyone second time around. I got up there without any help, and as I stood there, I thought I saw a step. It was not. I fell flat before I opened my mouth to say a single word. And my daughter was sitting there, her first ever outing with her mother. I fell. The lady in front of me was so horrified. She was in shock. We literally had to shake her out of shock, because as soon as I fell, I understood, you better get up quick. It was one of those ugly falls. I was quick, put, and I got up and I stood and I said, like I was saying, and I went on like nothing happened. I mean, after a while, the room erupted with applause. I should really go and get that. But do you know, when we're going home, I asked my daughter, baby girl, what was your best moment ever? She said, Mommy, you fell and then you got up. And she said it again today and laughed. She said, I'm going for another presentation. I said, I'm going for one too. Pray for me. But everything I've told you, go there and slay, girl. Go and do what? You're going to do better than your mama did. Because you're at 18. I'm almost 60. It all works together to bake it and not flake it. In conclusion, therefore, if one advances confidently, courageously in the direction of his or her dreams, strives, stretches to live the life he or she has imagined, you will meet with success unexpected in common hours. I stood in the Eagle Square this year, Collation Center. My husband married me because the first time he heard me speak, actually sing, he said, that woman is a woman of my life, and he found me. I don't know what you need to find. Go find it. Que sera, sera. What will be, will be. Thank you.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, I thought you make it bigger. Are your hands paining you? Are you tired? Toastmasters, you know one of the things we do generously, consciously and lavishly is to applaud. Come on, let's give the Toastmasters applause. Let's have some quiet in the room. Let me support you in your review of our speech. I imagine that is what is going on in the conversation. As a reminder, what I would say are key takeaways. Perhaps they may align with yours. Originality, authenticity, find yourself. I have always believed that the greatest speeches, or one of the greatest speeches you'll ever give, is you. I've always believed, and I continue to believe, that one of the greatest speeches you'll ever give is you. So originality, as she said, a confidence. Did you know that between someone that is knowledgeable and has the fact but lacks confidence, and someone that has confidence but may lack the facts, when the two stand before an audience, the person that has the confidence but does not have the fact may stand a better chance to convince an audience that he or she knows what he or she is saying than the one that has the fact and the knowledge without confidence. In addition to the takeaways from her beautiful presentation, tell your story. I've always believed that one of the swiftest ways to inspire conviction in your audience is through what you have been through based on the subject you are sharing with your audience. It helps them to know that you are not talking about fables from Green Forest, but the things you've seen, the things you've handled, and the things you have proved. In addition, diction. Your diction is important. Your content is not enough. How you say what you want to say will determine whether you communicate or not. In addition, she mentioned elocution. And then your smile. Because one of the sweetest ways to win any audience is to smile. It has been discovered psychologically and biologically that we human beings mirror one another. So when you smile, the audience have the tendency to smile with you. Even when the butterflies are flying in your tummy in formation and you are going through tension, trying to find what next to say. And then in addition to your smile, style makes the speaker. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our conference speaker for today, Mrs. Dio Benjamin Lani. We want to thank you for your insight. We want to thank you for your thoughts and your experiential presentation. Once again, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I especially like the part of the heels and the Achilles heels. I'll remember that. And someday I'll borrow it. But I'll put your copyright on it. The district director, our district leaders, fellow Toastmasters, ladies and gentlemen, will receive a word from our division director at Division F, virtually. Whilst he is being queued, our Division F director is a professional in journalism and content creation, renowned for his exceptional communication, writing, and project management abilities. Since joining Ikeja Toastmasters in 2014, he has continuously honed his communication skills, earning him a reputation as a dedicated mentor. He has held various leadership positions, including Club Vice President membership in 2014, Club Vice President Education in 2017, and Club President in 2018. Furthermore, at the division level, he has served as Public Relations Manager in 2019, Area 19 Director in 2020, and Program Quality Director in 2021. Presently, he serves as the Division F Director, a multifaceted expert in journalism, content creation, project management, and for his outstanding leadership abilities, he has been praised severally. And these professional accomplishments make him an invaluable asset at Toastmasters. Ladies and gentlemen, for his word, our Division Director, Toastmaster Abdullahi Jimo.
Fellow Toastmasters, can I be heard, please? Hello, everyone. The District Director, DTM Gael Ahimizunu. Sadly, I couldn't be there to welcome you, sir. Thank you so much for being present. District executives, division leaders, past district and division leaders present here today, fellow Toastmasters, and our honored guest. I am truly honored and excited to address all of you on this very special occasion. Though I couldn't be there in person, which I sincerely apologize for, I am grateful for the opportunity to connect with you all virtually and be a part of this inspiring event. First and foremost, I want to extend a warm welcome to everyone. Each one of you plays a vital role in making this conference a success. Whether you're a seasoned speaker, a first-timer, or simply just someone who is passionate about personal growth, your presence here today is a testament to your commitment to becoming better communicators and embracing transformation generally. I would like to take a moment to appreciate the incredible efforts of the organizing committee and our volunteers. They have worked tirelessly behind the scenes, of course, to bring this event to life. Their dedication has created this space, this vibrant space for us to learn, connect, and to grow. So a big shout out to each one of them. As we dive into this conference further, let us please remember that we're here to learn, to inspire, and to uplift one another. The beauty of this event lies in the diversity of perspectives that we'll get, the experiences and the ideas that we all bring to the table. So please do not hesitate to engage in lively discussions, ask questions, and share your thoughts. This is the perfect platform to network, to forge new connections, and to build lasting friendships with like-minded individuals. Earlier on, I heard someone mention in Division E about marriage within the division. Well, the good thing is Toastmasters led me to being married last December as well. And not just that, Toastmasters is presently keeping me away outside of Lagos. While I'm not directly doing Toastmasters activity, Toastmasters gave me this opportunity that I have now to be here learning a very advanced course. So there are loads and loads of opportunities in Toastmasters. I encourage you all to please seize every opportunity presented during this conference, participate in the breakout sessions, and absorb all the knowledge shared by our esteemed speakers. And remember, the more actively you engage, the more you benefit from this experience, and do not forget to have fun along the way. So please, let us make the most of this conference. Let us embrace the power of communication and create lasting memories. For remember, the connections we make and the lessons we learn here will continue to inspire us long after the conference is over. Thank you all for being here, and I wish you an amazing, engaging, and transformational experience throughout this conference. Thank you very much. Over to you, our Toastmaster today.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Division Director, Toastmaster Abdullahi Jimo. I've always believed, and I continue to, that your presentation does not begin when you open your mouth before your audience. Your presentation begins when you appear before them. I've always believed, and I continue to, that people will see who you are before they hear what you are. And so, in making an impression on your audience, it is important that how you present physically is taken care of, whether in person or digitally. In view of that, this is to remind us that Lento Toastmasters Club has graciously provided for us an opportunity to present ourselves professionally through professional headshots. There is a phone booth downstairs where you can get that done. They've gone above and beyond the call of duty to bring also a professional makeup artist for women and ladies who will desire same, so that they can make your face up before you are shot, not with a gun, but with a flash of a camera of a photographer. One of the things that is also interesting in communication is the ability to play with words. Fellow Toastmasters and our guests, taking off from our speaker's presentation, we're segueing into the first panel discussion for today. The panel discussion for today is captioned Impactful Communication, Exploring the Benefits or the Power of Storytelling. Impactful Communication, Exploring the Power of Storytelling. To moderate this segment with fellow panelists who will be coming along with him is a gentleman who in his professional life is a media and entertainment entrepreneur. He is the managing director and chief executive officer of Media Art and Reinvented Sounds Limited, a multimedia company based in Abuja. He is the founder of Pericles Resources, an educational platform for professional and personal development and capacity building. In 2017, he became District 94's champion of public speaking and represented West and Central Africa at the 2017 International Speech Contest at the Toastmasters International Convention in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. He joined Toastmasters International in 2016 and has served in various capacities, including but not limited to Vice President Public Relations Office at Aso Rock Toastmasters Club, Charter President of Urban Professionals Toastmasters Club, Area Director, Program Quality Director, Division E. When he's not at Toastmasters and he's not doing business, he enjoys listening to music and dancing to salsa. On his way here, or perhaps after the session, please reach out to him how he may organize a quick short course for you on salsa in preparation for the cultural night. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator for the first panel discussion for today, Impactful Communication, Exploring the Power of Storytelling, Toastmaster Iyang Ate Iyang. The better you clap, the faster it will come.
Thank you very much, the Toastmaster of the conference, for that very alluring introduction, and of course thank you to our audience here. I'll say good afternoon, Toastmasters, distinguished Toastmasters, and I'm sure we have guests here as well. Good afternoon, everybody. Right, so the Toastmaster of the day shortly talk about or mention the subject for which we discussed this morning, and it's actually impactful communication. Impactful communication, exploring the power of storytelling. impactful communication, exploring the power of storytelling. And it promises to be a great experience because we're going to be having a panel of very competent and experienced Toastmasters, and they'll be sharing their thoughts and their ideas on the subject matter, and I'll be calling on them one after the other. First of all, I'll be calling on the distinguished Toastmaster Chidi Chukwudi Madu. The distinguished Toastmaster Chidi Chukwudi Madu. She is a strategically minded financial professional with over a decade experience in proven expertise in performance and people management. She's a chartered banker and a professional scrum master. She's a wife to one man and a mother to two awful sons, a sister and a friend to many. She joined Toastmasters in 2016 as a chartered member of AWN Toastmasters Club, and she's also a member of Lighthouse prestigious Toastmasters Club. She was the immediate past Division F director. She is a club coach, a sponsor and mentor. She currently serves as the District 94 Club Extension Committee Chair, and she is a multiple Triple Crown Award recipient, and she also received the 2021 District 94 Silver Crown Award for completing the most path across the district. Please welcome the distinguished Toastmaster Chidi Chukwudi Madu. With a loud round of applause, please. Please encourage her as she makes her way up here. The distinguished Toastmaster Chidi Madu. Pardon me? Okay. I'll be calling on yet another distinguished Toastmaster, a highly accomplished certified etiquette and image consultant with a wealth of experience in diplomatic and protocol practice at the highest levels. Her career spans a diverse range of fields, including the oil and gas industry, where she held senior management positions for 15 years before retiring in 2019. She joined Toastmasters in 2014 and has since held numerous leadership positions, including Chartered President, President of Emerald Toastmasters Club, Area Director, an office she held twice, Program Quality Director, Division E Ambassador, and she also chaired the Toastmasters Leadership Institute, TLI, in 2020 and 2021 for District 94. Soya Lana has been a member of multiple clubs and has a passion for training, coaching, and mentoring. Please, a round of applause for the distinguished Toastmaster Soya Alana. Please make it loud. Please don't stop clapping. Keep on clapping until she makes her way here. Yes, you can make some noise too. Welcome. All right, I can see the distinguished Toastmaster Chidi Madu. She's here finally. And I'll be calling on yet another distinguished Toastmaster, a 100% made in Nigeria distinguished Toastmaster, Abdurrahim Uriagba. He is passionate about transforming and inspiring lives positively, and he adopts the slogan, "Everything is possible." He has worked within the telecommunications space for 2 decades across all states in northern Nigeria, or north of River Niger and Benue, and has worked in marketing, sales, branding, and business development. He joined Toastmasters International in 2017 and has had membership in Kano Toastmasters Club, Katsina Toastmasters Club, Commercial Hub Toastmasters Club. He has served as vice president membership, club president. He has been the past director for Area 14, and he also served as the immediate past club growth director for Division E. Please welcome with a loud round of applause the distinguished Toastmaster Abdurrahim Oriagba. So you're welcome. Are we calling on yet another panelist? The distinguished Toastmaster QB Uyanga. I believe that's it, Uyanga. I'll pronounce as a Calabarman. Is it? Uyanga. He is a writer and a communication consultant. He is the immediate past president of Merit Toastmasters Club Ikeja. He has served as the program quality director and division director elect for Division F and the co-chair Education and Training Committee, District 94. The distinguished Toastmaster QB Uyanga. Please make him feel warmly welcome. And of course, the last and certainly not the least, Toastmaster Adams Aliyu, a captain in the Nigerian Navy. He is a scholar and a practitioner of international naval affairs, and he has commanded various warships in the Nigerian Navy. Additionally, he graduated from the United States Army Infantry School in 2008, in the United States Naval War College in 2019. And in 2021, he graduated from the National Defense University, Washington, D.C., with a Master's of Art degree in Strategic Security Studies. All right. So Sir Adams Aliyu became a Toastmaster in 2019 when he joined Urban Professionals Toastmasters Club in Abuja, and he is currently a commander of the Naval Base Badagry. Toastmaster Adams Aliyu. Please, a round of applause for all of our panelists. So welcome everyone to this conversation, truly a conversation, and of course we are all aware of the topic, impactful communication, exploring the power of storytelling. Now, let's not take it for granted that everybody understands what impactful communication is, because it may just be much more than the English word that we understand it. It may be deeper than that. And of course, we're actually having this discussion to take it further from where Mrs. Dio Benjamin took it, even though that was on meaningful conversation, but we're taking up to impactful communication. So I'd like to start with you, the distinguished Toastmaster Chidi Madu. What is impactful communication? It sounds elementary, but I imagine there may just be something in there that we can go home with.
Right. Thank you very kindly for that question. If you ask me, I would say impactful communication is such that has an effect, a transforming effect on both the sender and the receiver. Because I usually like to tell people that there's a difference between talking and communicating. And there's a difference between communicating and impactful communicating. Impactful, if we go to the English dictionary, what does it mean? To have an effect on somebody. to lead to change what is to what should be. So when we talk about impactful communication, it's for us as communicators to understand the scenario in which we're playing in, the impact, let me not use the word impact, the change, or rather the results that we want to achieve, and being able to communicate or to engage in such a way that we achieve that result. If my purpose of speaking to you today is to inspire you to do something different, to take on a new challenge, that is what I should focus on. And the entirety of my speech should take me and you to that point of us actually doing something different, of us taking on a new challenge. So impactful communication is understanding the area in which you play, understanding the people you are communicating to, understanding yourself, understanding the fact that you have to be adaptable, you have to be flexible. You need to be able to read the person you're speaking to, the people you're speaking to, and you need to be able to speak to their need. So it's not about you, the speaker, rather it's about your audience and the results that you want to achieve with them.
Thank you very much. The results that you want to achieve. I imagine the distinguished Toastmaster Abdul Rahim may want to add to that. Impactful communication, what could it possibly be? Would you want to add to that, the distinguished Toastmaster?
Thank you very much. Impactful communication. Impact on one hand, communication on the other side. How do you bring them together to form a meaning? We can sum it up as saying what you mean and meaning what you say to have an impact. How do you pass a message across? And minutes later, hours later, days later, the message still reverberates in your soul. Has it had an impact or not? The last speaker, Mrs. Lani, delivered a fantastic speech. I can assure you, let me not say assure you, but I can promise you for a long time, you remember her words. Was that impactful? Or did she just communicate? So when we're talking about impactful communication, what we are basically talking about is passing a message across in a way, in a tone that would drive somebody to take action. Something that will be memorable, something that you forever remember for a long time and will cause you to switch. I usually say this when I'm introduced, that I'm 100% made in Nigeria, front and back. There's a reason for that. There's nowhere you say Nigeria on this planet, you will not know that he's a Nigerian. For those of us, or everybody that travels across the country, our borders and other countries, when you meet a Nigerian, you will know. Why? Nigerians leave an impact on your life. Nigerians are good at what they do, especially very good at what we do. Why do we stand out? I was into one podcast last week, and Vusi mentioned that. Why is it that in the top 10% in the top professionals, the top 10%, you always see Nigerian there in the world, top 10%. You should ask ourselves, what is it about Nigerians? Nigerians leave impact wherever they go. We are Toastmasters here. When we speak, we leave that impact. You can't forget us. So standing here talking about impactful communication, I'm telling you, and I dare say, next year, many years to come, you will remember Abdurrahim spoke today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for them there. Now, one very interesting thing that you brought to the fore as you spoke was the fact that it's, and I quote, you said, not just communicating, but being impactful. And obviously, that's indicative of the fact that those are two different things. And within our space, what we hear over and over is effective communication. And does it imply, therefore, that it's possible for you to be an effective communicator, perhaps applied all the skills, but the impact is not there? My distinguished Toastmaster, Sonia Alana, you want to speak to this? We hear a lot about effective communication. But is it possible for you to have been effective, bearing in mind that perhaps effectiveness has to do with your ability to create as much understanding? And maybe I shouldn't preempt you. I think you just take it from there. Yes, it could be effective, but it's not impactful. Is it possible? You want to speak to that?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and good afternoon, everybody. Effective communication means that you are getting your message across. It is cold in the hall. Could you please turn down the air conditioning? I have communicated. Is it effective? Yes. Did the technician understand that it's too cold? Yes. It's effective? Yes. Was it impactful? No. I would like you to cast your mind back to what your parents used to tell you. There's this phrase your mom used to tell you that you still remember. There's a particular maybe word or phrase or a proverb your father used to say repeatedly that you still remember. It has taken you into adulthood, and most likely you're acting upon it. That was impactful. I tell you, when we talk about communication, interestingly, Oladele Olunike, DTM, he did say something just now. He said that we communicate not just by opening our mouths, but before we even open our mouths, we have communicated something, we have created an image. And when I cast my mind back to my mother, the way she used to fold her wrappers, she would just fling them very furiously. And I would ask her why. She said, that's how her mother used to fold them. And guess what? That's the way I fold my wrappers. So was that impactful? Yes, it was. What did she communicate? Why was that done? Because in those days in the village, you didn't have irons, pressing irons. So they had to make sure that the wrapper was flat and so on, so that next time they tied it, it looked smooth. So that was impactful communication, in another way. Now, when we talk about impact, for me, what comes to mind are two cars colliding. If you have ever seen two cars colliding, what happens? There is an indentation. There is a mark. And anybody that goes past says, oh, what happened here? Everybody can tell that something happened. When communication is impactful, everybody will be able to tell that something happened.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for her there. Yes, so it's about the effect. So you're actually reinforcing the fact that you can actually be effective at communicating to the extent that your audience or whoever you are having a conversation with or whoever you're having a talk with actually get to understand you. But it's one thing for them to understand you, it's another thing for them to do as you require of them. I think that is very important for us to go home with. And I'll be coming to you, sir. Toastmaster Adams Aliyu. I think it's at this point that we want to dig a little bit into storytelling. Now, we get to attend conferences, we go for seminars, we go for workshops, and I think someone actually talked about the fact that perhaps the reason why we are not able to experience as much impact when issues bordering on global warming, financial policies, brought subjects of discussion, perhaps because we are not able to do well at applying stories. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this to you is because you are a military man, and I'm wondering, where is the storytelling in a conference that you have to attend for it to be as impactful, for you to be able to get out of that conference or that interaction what you truly seek?
Thank you. Okay, so permit me to start from trying to describe impactful communication because it's linked to the second question. So for me, impactful communication is the kind of speech, talk, or whatever message that is shared that transcends time, geography, and cultural boundaries. So Confucius may have spoken thousands of years ago, but it's still relevant today. Sun Tzu may have written Art of War in the BC age, but it's still relevant today. Muhammad Ali said something in the 70s, and someone referred to it today. It doesn't matter whether you're Nigerian, Asian, or Korean. If someone that doesn't understand your language or your culture picks something from your message, you are impactful. It doesn't matter whether you are sitting in this room or you are watching virtually. If someone that has a geographical gap from you can pick a message, then you are impactful. So the time boundary, the geographical boundary, the cultural boundary, once you can cross either one or two or all three, like our keynote speaker did, she crossed all three, then you are impactful. Coming to the second part of your question, sir.
Yes, the storytelling.
So where is the storytelling in a conference like this? Maya Angelou said something, that the bird does not sing to entertain. The bird sings because she has a song. We all have stories. We all have songs. Yes, it's a good place to clap. Thank you, sir. Because our lives are made up of pictures. The way you see yourself is in pictures. If you want to talk about your childhood, your mind first paints a picture of how you were. Maybe you were small, maybe you were little, maybe you were bullied, how it was. So it's that picture. So the ability to take the picture from your mind into words is storytelling. And once it gets into words, it enters the mind of your audience. It also paints a picture in the mind of your audience. Your audience will store that story as a picture. So once you can paint a picture in another person's mind, it may be a conference, it can be anywhere, then you are a great storyteller. And we have many examples. Wole Soyinka, Chinua Achebe, and so many other people have painted pictures in your mind that even if you can't remember what he said, you just have an image. Oh, things fell apart. Chinua Achebe. So, sir, my answer is, we are all painters. Let us improve in the art of painting our own pictures in the minds of others. That's where the bridge is. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Please, but still hold on to the mic, because I actually have to put this back to you, because I was very particular about the fact that the peculiarity of the work you do. You get to attend conferences, and you get to attend seminars, you go on courses, and we want to imagine that for you to be able to come out, or for whoever leads or instructs or teaches in those conferences, the intention is that it should be as impactful. Now, I'm wondering, where is the opportunity there for storytelling? Because unless storytelling is not that once upon a time thing that we're all conversant with, how does it play out in your own system?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So, yes, I'm in the military. I'm a Navy captain. I'm a war fighter. I'm a war specialist. So how it plays out is very simple. You can't lead men who don't trust you, who don't believe in you. So the easiest way to be an officer, to be a military commander that I am, is to share your own picture in the minds of those men. Is to tell your men that we are going out tomorrow, we are going out tonight. We may not be sure how many of us will come back, but I have always come back. So if you follow me, you will most likely come back. It's as simple as
What a story. Please, a round of applause for him there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What a story. The distinguished Toastmaster QB, right? Distinguished Toastmaster QB, you are a writer, and that means you're in the creative space. Storytelling must be something you're very familiar with. I know it has to do with writing. You'll probably write stories, and probably puts you at some form of advantage that you have written before you now stand to speak or deliver to an audience that now listens. Now, my question in this is, what are the elements? What are the elements of a compelling story? Because it's not enough for you to tell a story, but for it to be as impactful, it has to be compelling. As a professional in the creative space, you want to share with us what those things are that will allow for your story to be compelling enough to create the impact that was intended. I don't know, I believe you can share with us some of those things that we need to incorporate in our stories to make them as impactful.
I thank you for the opportunity to contribute, Mr. Moderator. And just like our panelist here gave his answer in 2 parts, I'll give mine in 2 parts because I'm not a story writer, I'm a writer and a communications specialist. So for communication first, what gives it impact? 5 elements. Purposefulness. There has to be a purpose before the intent to communicate. Second thing, it has to be understandable. The third thing, it has to be believable. The fourth thing, there must be a call to action. And the fifth, and probably the most important thing, it must be transformational to all stakeholders involved. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, what makes for, or what are the elements of an impactful story? First must be established equilibrium. Equilibrium means the existing situation. If it was chaotic, then the chaos is the equilibrium. If it was peaceful, then peace is the equilibrium. The next is there has to be a catalyst. What is that thing that happened that stopped the usual chaos from being there, or stopped the peace from being maintained? And one thing about the catalyst is it brings about a goal or a set of goals. And you know, whenever there is a goal or a set of goals, the next things that come are obstacles. So, goals, obstacles here and there, they lead to a climax. And after the climax, the end, which is really not the end, can be explained in a French word that has been anglicized, the denouement.
The what?
The denouement, which means what happened after. What is that happily ever after? What is that thing that Mrs. Dayo Benjamin's Laniyi did after she donned her red heels on Kilimanjaro and came back down? That's left to the imagination. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Distinguished Toastmaster. Thank you. You know, when you made reference to the presentation by Mrs. Dayo Benjamins, I just imagined, I mean, everything was pretty seamless, and I was very worried when she was trying to put back those shoes on. And I mean, I was wondering, what can possibly go wrong in the course of storytelling? The distinguished Toastmaster, Sonia Alana, yes, we know we want to give the stories, and as is the custom or the tradition in Toastmasters, all the way we do things in Toastmasters, we deliver our speeches, the props, and you want to be vulnerable. What can possibly go wrong? What are the pitfalls you want to avoid, perhaps in the writing of a story and in its presenting, my distinguished?
Yes, thank you very much. What can go wrong is when one is insincere. That's where the pitfalls come. Because when it is an insincere story, at some point you will get caught. The importance of any good story is that there is a moral to the story, and there is something that you want to pass across. But nothing built on lies or insincerity can stand. And of course, one of the Toastmasters' core values is integrity, respect, service, and excellence. So excellence and integrity have no place or cannot be put on the balance against insincerity or falsehood. So what can go wrong is when it is just wrong. Now, when you say story, and everybody calls a story, they say once upon a time, it automatically suggests that there was truth. Something has happened, and I'm relating that, and that's what people can relate to. They can stand on the truth, they can relate to the truth, and then they can deduce the values and the consequences therefrom. But once it is insincere, it is just fables and no longer a story.
At that point, it's no longer a story, just fables. Interesting. I think that connects with what the distinguished Toastmaster QB mentioned. When he was mentioning some of the elements of storytelling, one of the things I grabbed amongst others was believability. And you've also said something here, the fact that it should be about the truth. And of course, we heard that from, I would say, the distinguished Toastmaster Dio Benjamins. Yes, because she actually talked about giving your story from a place of truth. Now, where persons choose and try so hard for their stories to be impactful, and they bring in some amount of, I don't want to say lies per se, I mean some exaggerations just because they seek to be impactful. I mean, will they be running short? Will it be out of place, my distinguished? The question is still to you.
Yes, any exaggeration is untruth. Anything that is exaggerated is, and it's easy to be found out. So I don't think there's a place for exaggeration in storytelling, except of course when you're speaking to children and you want to let them know there's a big bad wolf if you don't eat your food or something, and all of that. But by the time they grow up and they say, oh, you know what, Father Christmas doesn't exist. And they say, Mommy, you are telling me lies. And then you start saying, well. But that's how it is really, irrespective of the story. Once you exaggerate and once you are found out, it puts you in an awkward position.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, my distinguished. Now let's come to you, the distinguished Toastmaster Abdul Rahim. You are in the technology space, the telecommunications space. I imagine you know a good number of things about social media, right? And we tell a lot of stories on social media, and yes, you've heard about telling a story, right, in your post. You'll see a photographer and you claim, I'm not just going to take this shot, I'm not going to run this video just like that, I'm going to make it a story. It's still communication, isn't it? Yes, I imagine it's still communication. Now, how much of that, right, will we want to appreciate in this conversation? I mean, considering the relevance of, we all get to use social media. A lot of us are entrepreneurs here. We want to post about our brand. We want to talk about UAC, just to mention that, right? So how much of this conversation is relevant to our storytelling or our post, where we seek to represent our brand out there on social media?
Thank you very much for that question. It's interesting and deep. A man was once interviewed and he was asked, to talk about wars. And he said before he could understand wars, he had to read and research about World War II. And then for him to read and understand what happened in World War I, he had to understand what led to, so World War II, he had to understand what led to World War I. And for him to understand that, he had to go back to history. So before we can come to social media and how it works, how did we communicate before social media came? Who remembers Tales by Moonlight? And we heard those lovely stories.
I can't remember. I don't know if I was there.
Thank you for exposing your age. Then you had to be very authentic. Your stories had to come from within. And they were stories that passed messages and learnings. Coming to social media, Facebook was a revolution. Now, I remember chatting with some youth, and the moment you mention you're on Facebook, they look at you as old. And you'll be wondering, it's still the same Facebook, but they look at you, you're old for you to be mentioning Facebook. Crafting your videos and stories to represent what you want to send across takes a lot, and it has its own advantages. When I say, I see something in you, but I don't know. I see something in you, but I don't. The Nigeria, his award-winning speech in 2014, Power of Social Media, brought that story for all of us to relate with it. And then we'll come back to present day. I deliberately went back to history because today, no matter how you want to craft a story and say you're crafting it, one 16-year-old, one 10-year-old, you just go and chat GPT and bring out that same story for you. So the question now is, are we actually working the story and the context we want to pass across? Or is it AI doing that work for us? At the end of the day, you need to be very, and that's why I like to borrow that purpose and authenticity. You need to know what you want to pass across, such that when you want to pass the message across in social media, there's a lot you need to take into consideration. And now there are a lot of things, and I'll put that across to everyone. We have different ways of learning and assimilating information. Some of us are visual, like I said, life is told in stories. Very true. Some of us are auditory. That's mostly for men. What we listen to is where we get the messages across. Some of us, we need our thoughts to be provoked. We're very kinesthetic, in the sense that auditory, digital, in the sense that we need to think, we need to find out the logic behind it. So when you're passing your message across, do you have pictures in it? Right? Is it a video that you can relate with? What is the story telling you? Do you feel you're part of the story? So when you're passing the message across on social media, a lot of people are relating to it, but are you speaking to all your senses? So if you can capture all these senses in your social media post, then your communication can have some impact. Thank you.
All right, that means you're okay. Please, a round of applause for him. Oh God, our time is almost spent. I think at this point we'll be getting questions from the audience. Okay, so we have 15 minutes. All right, thank you very much. Oh, 10 minutes. Okay, so if you would like to entertain questions from the audience, and we have 1, 2. Yes, only ladies. Okay, all right. So we'll take 3 questions from the audience. The first person to raise a hand over there. Yes, that's thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. My name is Toastmaster SA, and I have enjoyed listening to this conversation. The first, I wanted to make a clarification, in my opinion, as it pertains to storytelling and the role of exaggeration. I do not think it's limited to only kids, the term Sonye. There is a reason why fiction remains one of the easiest ways to teach empathy. Be you a child or be you an adult. And as someone who really loves reading, I would not stay here and hear you say we do not need exaggeration. Because sometimes when you hear the things that happen, for example, in Nigeria, it feels like an exaggerated tale. There's a reason sometimes why it feels like our reality seems even stranger than fiction. So I think in how you tell the story, the more fantastic it is, the more people would listen, the more curious they get. There's a reason why you have more people reading posts on Instablog than maybe picking one book to read. They're entertained. It seems almost ridiculous. So I think sometimes exaggerating, or what might seem like exaggeration to you, might be the reality someone else is existing or living.
Okay.
While my question is as it pertains to the role of AI in human creativity, I do think artificial intelligence plays a role in how it would help inform, but I do not think it's going to put us at risk. If you see what AI is coming to do is support your work. So for someone in the digital space, I think we should make the case for, yes, see AI as something to help, not it's, humans, doomsday. As AI is here, no one is going to care about your creativity. So I wanted to clarify that I am more optimistic about the future of storytelling, because if there's one thing I believe about humans is we would continue to create in much more unique ways. Thank you.
All right. We'll respond to that. I think we'll take all the questions first, then we'll come back to the audience. And we have, yes, the lady in red. Okay.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to make a comment with regards to what Toastmaster Sonia said, with regards to authentic stories, or what I deduce from that. She seemed to be saying that if you do not have an original story, then you're giving fables. But where does creativity come in, and using your imaginations, because we cannot have real-life experiences in every situation. Are you saying then that you cannot invent stories based on other people's experiences, or just calling to, leveraging your imagination to create something to buttress the point that you're making? Did you say that was a fable, or it's waters down your whole narrative? Thank you.
Okay. Then one more question from the audience. There's no male Toastmaster? All ladies? but we have just 10 minutes, so yes. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Toastmaster Oluwatoyin Abayomi. My question borders on vulnerability in storytelling. Speakers come, they tell their stories, true life stories. We get endeared by it, and then we learn. But my concern is in the aspects where people share their stories and become vulnerable. How does this affect us? Somebody once said to a young Toastmaster, we are not truth tellers, we are Toastmasters. Meaning, your story doesn't have to be real, it doesn't have to be the truth. More like you're not here to tell us your story, to expose yourself in a way. So how do we now reconcile this to being, truthful, honest about our stories? Thank you.
Okay. I think I would like to start with most of the feedback were directed to you, distinguished Toastmaster Sonia Alana. You can use my microphone while I wait for you.
Okay, thank you very much. For the first speaker, she did mention that exaggeration has a place in storytelling. Now, I would like to quickly point out that it depends on the context. And when you say that some stories are actually stranger than fiction, they're still the truth. So even if they sound stranger, it's the truth. So it's important for you to understand the desired impact that you want your story to have. That's one. And I think for the second speaker, what did she mention again?
It also bordered on whether it be true or false.
Okay, that not everybody has a story to tell.
Yeah.
But you did mention that it could be somebody else's story. It doesn't have to be your story. I can talk about DTM Chidi's story, and it's a story that I have to tell. And then when it even comes to vulnerability, it's your choice. To what extent do you want to make yourself vulnerable? Our keynote speaker, Dio Benjamin Slani, talked about an embarrassing moment when she fell. But we learned from that, her daughter learned from that. What impact? That even if you fall, you get up. And you can still be great, and you can still be what you want to be. When you fall, you don't stay down. Was it a true story? Yes. Did it have the desired impact? Yes. So it doesn't mean that we have to unrobe ourselves completely and stand naked before the crowd before they understand that we have a story to tell. So it depends on the extent to which you want to make yourself vulnerable and what it is, what message you want to pass across.
Yeah, I think that was it. Distinguished Toastmaster QB. Okay. Toastmaster Chidi, distinguished.
Thank you. I just want to add to what the distinguished Toastmaster Sonia has said. I think one thing we need to want to do is to be genuine about any story you're telling. The time Sonia has talked about being sincere. To take it to the next level is about being genuine. Whether it's your story or somebody else's story, whether it's exaggeration, because I was really hoping that somebody would raise the exaggeration part, because we do tall tales in Toastmasters. Does it then mean that our tall tale stories don't have a place, in our lives? Does it mean that Toastmasters is asking us to become liars? That's not the case. It's about your creativity. It's about tasking yourself. So even when you're creating exaggerated stories, be genuine about it. So that when you tell that story, your audience, your listeners, will key into it. When our keynote speaker was speaking, our guest speaker, Mrs. Benjamin, it was a personal story. But did you notice how she started? Does anybody remember how she started? What? It was a song. And that's a song that I'm sure 90%, I'm not going to say 100, but 90% of people here know. You have experienced it, you have heard it, and the moment it came to your ears again, it took you back to a moment, right? That for me is what being genuine about your story is. If you're genuine, you'll be able to connect with your audience. The moment you make that emotional connection, every other thing you're saying, they will take it. And if you know that they will take it, you then owe it to yourself and to them to make sure that it is the truth, that it is fair to everyone who's listening to it, that it is beneficial to them, and at the end of the day, they are better for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll just use the opportunity to just give your final words, kind of. I'll start with you, Toastmaster Adams Aliyu.
Thank you, sir. My final word is, it has been said that the graveyard is the most gifted place on earth. Don't go down with your gift. Share your story, paint your pictures, leave your impact, then make a good exit. Thank you.
Share your story. Thank you very much. Distinguished Toastmaster QB.
Okay. Thank you for that. I've taken a note of that. I'll add it to my repertoire. Now, the has been concerns about authenticity, exaggeration.
Yeah, okay.
So excuse me if I end on a pedagogic note. Now, communication could be entertainment communication. Exaggeration has its place there. Communication could be corporate communication. It could also be promotional communication. But for the purpose of this discussion, we've been focused on impactful communication. And I close by repeating that for the communication to be impactful, it must be motivated by a purpose, it must be believable, it must be understandable, it must call to action, and it must be transformational for all the stakeholders involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The distinguished Toastmaster Oriagba.
Live full, die empty. Live full, die empty. I have a team that I worked with. It's called the Exclusive Mentorship Program. And that was one of the courses, or rather, that was one of the slogans we used. Live full, die empty. In essence, for impactful communication, what we're looking at is, what are you giving to the other person? It's not about you. Because once you die and you're gone, it's what you've left behind that will live on.
Okay. Okay. Continue. Sorry, I thought you were done.
Thank you very much. It's what you leave behind that lives on. So, on my final notes, what I'd like to leave with everyone is, whenever you do anything, do it at the best levels possible. Don't second guess. Live life purposefully. Don't second guess. When you want to do something, take a decision and come. This conference, I was in Maiduguri. I went to Kano. From Maiduguri, I left to Kano. Kano to Abuja. Abuja to Lagos. Lagos back to Abuja. I have a zigzag trip. And that was because I told myself everything is possible. And if I want to do it, all I have to do is just do. Don't second guess. And it works. Thank you.
Thank you. Just do it. The distinguished Toastmaster Chidi.
Thank you. It was Maya Angelou, American writer, that said that people will forget what you say. People will forget what you do. But people will not forget how you make them feel. So the question is, how do you want to make people feel? If you carry that at the back of your mind, each time you want to communicate with a person, whether it's one person, two persons, or a group of people, you would always give off an impactful communication. And taking off from what our naval officer has said about painting pictures, telling stories. Tell your story, how you want it to be told, where you want it to be told, and when you want it to be told. Don't let people dictate your story for you. Be the one in charge of your story, so that when you tell it, bearing in mind that you want them to feel a particular way and not forget about that feeling, then all your stories and all the pictures you'll be painting will not just be impactful, but it will be transformational. Thank you.
Tell your own story. Thank you very much. And the distinguished Toastmaster Sonia.
Thank you very much. Well, I would like to leave you with this afternoon is, you have a voice. Use it. Use it to inspire. Use it to impact. Use it so that your words will linger on and that they will leave a legacy that will outlive you by far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Use your voice. I imagine we could go on, and there's just so much we can share on this topic, impactful communication, exploring the power of storytelling. Trust me. Okay. All right. Mrs. Dal Benjamin, you have something to... Okay, please, the mic, sir.
Once again, I'd like to thank everyone in this room and, of course, 2.0 Toastmasters Conference for the opportunity given to all of us to just embrace ourselves as a community of not just storytellers, but communicators. Listening to you, sorry, Captain, I've got to come to you. My father, the daddy I kept talking about, actually was the designer of the naval warship NNS Aradu. It was a picture. He interviewed Captain Body George, okay, into the Navy and had him put on that ship. But it was a picture. My daddy was on NNS Nigeria for the Nigerian Biafran War then. And he was in charge of the technical setup. This is a story I'm telling you. But after my daddy passed away, I heard, I had the privilege of calling Uncle Body George Uncle, because he was my father's son in the Navy. Tell us his story. I never knew until then that the first modular warship in the world, which is now in Guinness Book of Records, was that ship, that national naval warship, Aradu, for which people like this hero, our Captain Toastmaster, are now a reference profile persona. But it started as a picture. And I just want to say, when we talk about being impactful, you die empty, but you must die with all your colors, all your wings, and all of that expression. I have I don't call it a tombstone written out. It simply states, this one loved God. Why? Because it's not just about religion. It's an expression that has given me all of the distinction of that which I have. And I just want to say, earlier on when I spoke about the storytelling, and I said, expression, elevation, and emotions. That's where the subject matter of exaggeration comes in. Hyperbole in English language is that you exaggerate for effect. So you must make sure that your hyperbolism works with an authenticity. I love stories. I love hearing stories like a child. I'm childlike in hearing them and in being able to recount them. But remember, it's the expression that tells the story. And however authentic, I've been to places where people, in telling their authentic story, really go overboard. They expose themselves. They're not just naked. They are naked and they make us uncomfortable in the room. You don't have to tell your story of rape like you're creating the rape all over again. Please hear me. There's a way you communicate it, where what it does in the room doesn't make every man in the room a rapist. You must learn the profound responsibility that rests on you as a communicator. You are a Toastmaster. You are a leader driving the thoughts and the imaginations that resonates what will become news in social media from that point on. You are irresponsible if you do not direct the conversation in such a way that people have a responsibility to communicate your communication. And that is what I've learned. When I do what I do it as an enterprise communicator. You are an enterprise communicator. You communicate enterprise. And now I say, don't do it. Any Toastmaster who will speak from a position of vain showing has missed it. You must learn to do it with humility, with sensibility, with sensitivity. Don't just be emotional and all over the place. Be emotionally intelligent. Please, I say it. I say it. I've been to the UN. I've had opportunities. People call me and they talk to me about different things, about being a woman. And I say, I don't have to be a gender with that gender. I just need to be a gender who understands her pedigree. And you see, when you do this, please understand, you must, L is the biggest letter of a distinguished speaker. You are a learner to be a leader. Keep driving with the L number plate. Keep speaking with your L number plate. Don't ever stop. So I just want to encourage us and just to thank us that thank you very much. So the hyperbolism will come in, but learn how to drive it, to tell the story. Tales by Moonlight, you are very right, would not be complete if Neil Armstrong didn't go to the moon through artificial intelligence. It must be complemented.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll draw the curtain to this discussion. Very interesting. I wish we had more time. We would have gone deeper into what storytelling comes with, but we can leave here surely knowing clearly how important storytelling is in helping us to be impactful communicators. I imagine if we had more time, we would have talked about humor in storytelling, would have talked about the rhetorical devices, figures of speech, but time is not our friend. At this point, I will say thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much, distinguished Toastmaster Sonia Alana. Thank you very much. All the distinguished Toastmasters here indeed really appreciate your contributions. At this point, I'll be handing control back to the Toastmaster of the conference. Thank you very much. A round of applause for all our panelists. Paparazzi.
Take one first, then before we join you. Can you please come to the center as the moderator?
Talked about it, but I hear the blame was mine. And I called you up to say I'm sorry, but I wouldn't want to waste your time. 'Cause I love you, but I can't take anymore. There's a look I can't describe in your eyes. If we could try
Multimedia, please. May we switch off the multimedia screen for a moment? Thank you. Thank you. For the benefit of our guests, if you are wondering what's going on here, we are not planning a coup. We would like to appreciate our conference speaker for today. Have you been impacted by the capacity, capability of our conference speaker for today? You don't sound convincing. let me ignore your first response and ask again. Have you been impacted by the insight of our speaker for today? All right, I can read the room. I can get a feedback of some people who want to approach the buffet table, but you'll go shortly. So we need to appreciate our conference speaker for today. We're welcome. Okay, are we ready with it? Okay. Mr. Chairman?
Our district director.
Okay, district director will be making the honors.
Please.
We're doing the honors. We're presenting, appreciating our conference speaker for today, Mrs. Dio Benjamin Lani.
I want to dedicate this especially to who? To you and your dream, whatever it is, to become the next best expression. And I want to say a very special thank you to a Toastmaster who gave me something very special that I brought into this room. My smile. So Dr. Amy Shambusho, Smile 360, gave me my smile. Thank you. And the story behind that was she saw me at the Tony Elumelu Foundation event and said to herself, wow, what kind of woman has this kind of confident expression? I would love to be like this. She went ahead, it changed herself, her life, her practice. And one day, last year, I was looking for an orthodontist in Nigeria and in Abuja. I had gone everywhere. My husband gave me an instruction. I was supposed to do it in India. Then COVID struck. Because you see, when you speak, you need your smile. I'd always taken my smile for granted, my teeth for granted. Somehow, courage had built confidence. And I never realized that my teeth were an issue. However, some things happened. That's another story. But Amy saw me walk in. I didn't know who she was. And I'm there, and you understand it costs a real estate to put what you put in your mouth with teeth. But when she met me, interacted with me, she said, you don't know the half of this. You are going to do your teeth here. Because one day I went somewhere and I saw a woman. And what she said, how she spoke, changed my life. You've walked in here, and I'm going to give you something that changes your life. I got a new smile with style. Thank you. And that is Toastmasters for you. Thank you.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mrs. Dio Benjamin Lani. Multimedia, please. Momentarily, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Benjamin Lani. The district director, our district leaders, our conference speaker for today, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be segueing into the highly anticipated segment of today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, for the highly anticipated segment of today, if you look at your program quickly, may we have some quiet in the room? Thank you. If you look at your program quickly, having given us your cooperation for us to be indulging and meddling in change all through today, the yellow portion that you can see on today's program, we're kicking it off for today, and we're going straight to lunch. But before we go for lunch, we shall have closing remarks for this daylight segment of today's event from the vice chair of this conference, whom we'll be calling shortly. Then we'll go for lunch. After lunch, please do not go back to your hotel rooms or go back home if you're here in Lagos, or take your flight back to the city from which you came. Because there is a crowning aspect of today's event, which is the cultural night.
So I think what DTM Oladele is trying to tell us is that do not go back home as far the conference is over, but do go back home and to your hotel rooms, refreshing up, dress in your cultural attire, and be back here by 6 p.m. for the cultural night, right?
Absolutely. To prepare our minds once again as a refresher, for those who don't still have that information, this information had been passed around. For those who may want to have a last-minute tweak, please take this information quickly before we call on the conference vice chair, and then we go for lunch, in the order of attire expected at the cultural night. For Division E, as a reminder and information for those who are yet to know, some quiet in the room, please. I can appreciate your situation. Area 13, you are meant to come in Edo attire. Area 14, Yoruba attire. Area 15, Igbo attire. Area 30, this is in Division E, Ibibio attire. Area 50, Hausa attire. Division F, Area 16, Ijo attire. Area 17, Yoruba attire. Area 18, Igbo attire. Area 19, Tiv attire. Division K, Area 23, Igbo attire. Area 28, Hausa attire. Area 43, Ibibio attire.
And if you do not have any of these attires and you're wondering what you're going to do, wonder no more. I checked Google on your behalf, and Google says mix and match what is in your wardrobe. So come in your mix and match attire at 6 p.m.
Faith will welcome the vice chair. If you please check yourself, if you do not or cannot find your token for online transaction, it might just be with me. But please come for confirmation and receipt of it.
Are you sure the token is not given us for sponsorship?
It was found on the floor actually, and was brought to me.
Okay.
So please check your personal effects. If you cannot find your token for online transaction, please see me for confirmation of ownership and then receipt.
I will want to pleasantly welcome the vice chair for the planning committee, distinguished Toastmaster Chidi Chukwudi Madu. Please let's applaud her. She's distinguished in every regard. Thank you.
I like people clapping for me. It's periods like this that I miss Toastmaster Abubakar Gimba because he understands that fact about me.
But thank you so much, everyone who's made it a date with us today. No matter how much we've put into the planning of this conference, if you're not here, then it definitely would not be a beautiful experience. But you've shown up, and you have invested in the activities that has happened today. So thank you. Please, the conference is not ended. We're just starting. If you can, join us this evening. I think we'll start at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. for the cultural night. That is an opportunity for us to share and enjoy and experience the beauty of the diversity that we have in our country, Nigeria. Do not forget to come in your cultural attires that has been assigned to your different areas. We have a lot of fun packed in the evening event. We have dramas, we have stories. We've talked about storytelling today. We have music, and there's a lot of food. Whatever you're going to have at lunch today is just a tip of the iceberg. So treat this as perhaps the appetizer. Join us in the evening for the main course and the dessert, because you will enjoy every bit of it. We're back here again tomorrow, and we hope to see every one of you here bright and early. Come with a friend, experience Toastmasters with you. Let them come and network, get to meet people, get to make friends, get to participate in an experience that they would not forget in a long time. Those who were in Abuja can attest to the fact that the experience from it has been carried over to this conference. Those who were in Lome last month can testify to the fact that they've carried over the experience from the district conference in here. And that's the beauty of the conference. We're going for Districts Nigeria. So right now, I'm not seeing anybody here as Division E, Division F, Division K. That's stale. It's Toastmasters Nigeria, and we're gunning for District Nigeria. And one way to make that happen is to continue with this community that we've built, is to continue with the friendship that we're creating here, the networks that we're creating, and making sure that even when we go back to our respective places, we'll continue in that light. Let me not talk too much. I tend to talk too much when I'm hungry and when my brain is, running on reserve. But thank you. I hope to see you all in the evening. On behalf of the planning committee, you get to see them tomorrow. Let's not unveil them today. Tomorrow you see the brains behind everything you're seeing and experiencing, because a lot of work went into this. A lot of Toastmasters basically gave up their time, forgot about their day jobs to make sure that we're enjoying this experience. So let's go have lunch. Eat as much as you can. We've got a lot of food. Rest, and we'll see you this evening for the cultural night. Thank you, everyone. Cheers.
All
right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Just as we go for lunch, just a quick guide on where to find what, depending on what you favor. If you prefer to have rice, all kinds of rice have been informed, and all kinds of meal, you kindly descend all the way to the ground floor and exit the conference premises. In front of you is the waterfront. Once you come out of the main building in the ground floor, if you favor rice in whatever color, shape, or form, turn left. If you prefer Nigerian meals that you will scoop with your hand and twist in some soup before you pass it down, turn right. In addition to that, if you prefer yam pottage, permit me to use the appropriate local name for it. You can find the name in English. Ask ChatGPT to tell you. Ewa going. Turn right. Sir? Or further rice. Turn left. All manner of rice is there. There is beef. For those who don't favor beef, there is fish. And if you favor neither, do as you may. Please
Bon appetit.
same thing that makes me change my mind. Kinda hard to explain, but girl, I'll try. You need to sit down, this may take a while. See this girl, she sorta looks just like you. She even smiles just the way you do. So innocent,